Hello there. We're live.
Greetings and salutations.
So who usually does this?
Well, hello there. It's your boy Daddy Tarzan and all of our lovely cast members of the Dimensional Dial of Diego's Door. I'm your host.
Finally, someone
not so
said
much
it right. Finally.
I'm not your host, William, Daddy Tarzan, and we're joined by the illustrious crew of Dimensional Dial. We got Victor Storyweaver playing Barrow, the daddy figure of our group. KJ
I
Cosplay.
hate that's how you say it. I hate it.
KJ, who plays Petrichor, our resident child in the dinosaur apocalypse. Xanthi, played by Nerdy Pinup Girl, who plays our psychotic, alcoholic, now sober psycho. And Michael St. Gregory, who plays our resident chicken overseer lord, Clucky's father figure. And I, Daddy Tarzan, play Clucky McCluckerson, the Angry Birds version of D&D. And I am
KJ, would you mind? Would you be so kind as to turn these lovely ambient noises down?
Yep,
just
I can turn it down. It's okay.
as peaceful and as relaxing as they are. I think we'll all make enough noise for the
That's
rest.
true. It's true.
By the way,
Maybe I
who
should
made
just
that
turn on
lovely
something
design
too.
in the background? It is a
You
very.
did.
That's right.
I found
You
it
did.
on an empty, abandoned building. And
Well, it's lovely to be here amongst all of you once again.
Yeah.
And yeah, I don't know what to do right now because
We're just gonna chill and chat till Matt gets here.
Ivan, is that what we're doing?
We're
yeah,
vibing.
no, I mean,
Yes.
so for those of you who are here, our beloved game master Bartholomew, as one of his many names, he goes by many. He's on his way. He's going to be joining us very, very soon. But we are here so we can hang out with you guys in the meantime. Today, we are going to be. We're not going to be doing a campaign or a session today for the campaign. Specifically, we're going to actually be doing more of a hangout Q&A because last week we reached a halfway point of our adventure. And we have 12 dimensions, 12-dimension journey that just passed the first half. And also in about
Those
a week
of you
or
who can
so,
do math is
Yeah, in about a week and a half.
and yeah, in
6.
about a that's that
thank you.
yeah, that's and so in about a week and a half, I believe, would be the time that would mark a year since this campaign began. So
Yeah.
a lot of milestones that we are celebrating in this particular TBD talks that we are going to be doing today.
It's
So
gonna be great.
yeah, if you have any questions, inquiries, if you're a first-time viewer, feel free to ask us. I think one of the things that I'll probably recommend once Matt is here, we can probably take a time to, as we introduce ourselves, we also can give a little bit of a backstory to the characters, just from person, so that way people get a better sense of it. We might have people that have only joined a few times and they've seen some of the action and adventure that we've done, but maybe they don't know some of the big events that have happened in the past. So
And because we can,
Origins.
we'll play the intro when Matt joins us.
yeah, we'll do that. We'll play that intro when that happens.
In the meantime,
origin
let's roll
stories
for
that have been covered.
should roll for intros. See who goes
Roll
first.
for intro, see who goes first. Let's do it.
Let's do it. Let's all.
Where's my dice?
I got an 18, bitches.
Are we using initiative with the modifier for each of our
No,
characters?
just doing
There
rolls.
they are. Just rollies.
Just a flat roll?
It's flat roll.
Just flat roll.
Flat
What's your-
D20 roll.
Where's your sense of adventure, Michael?
Just a flat roll, Victor. It's rollies for a
Adventure
reason.
left with that last episode that we did, my friend.
That's fair.
It was a lot.
Ooh,
Nice,
I got a 17.
I got an 11.
21, baby.
Taylor, you're muted.
You're muted, Taylor.
You're muted, Taylor.
You're muted. Shoe.
all that energy.
head.
All that energy.
Okay.
Out of nowhere.
KJ, I also got a 17. So how do we figure out
Roll again.
roll again?
You and I get to roll again.
Okay.
roll again.
All right, you ready?
Do it.
1.
I rolled
Do it, coward.
18.
Damn it! I rolled an 18.
19.
Oh, Taylor goes.
Damn, Taylor goes first.
I
Me and Michael have to roll
I
this
will
again.
take a picture if I need to.
Okay.
Motherfucking 19. I have to turn my
No,
fucking.
we believe you.
camera
We
off.
believe
I feel like if after almost a year playing together, we're still having to consider taking pictures of things, there's a
Yeah.
problem in the communication
Problem.
and the
Yeah.
relationship of this group.
I'm like the kind of individual like I don't want like I like to reassure people.
We believe you. That's what we're saying. Is
We
we
believe
trust
you.
you.
I know. I get that. It's just yeah.
We're
Wait,
saying
Michael.
we trust you, but just in
Sure.
case, we're gonna need you to
We
send us
rolled
your dice
18,
so we can
we
weigh
both have
them.
to roll these again.
Make sure they're not rigged.
Okay,
Taylor
absolutely.
go first.
Even though every single time a dice is rolled at least a minimum of 3 times, it's already like completely unbalanced to begin with. But
You tell yourself.
also probably why
you want
Isaac's
it.
die like rolled nat 20s like fucking crazy.
No, because he has the weird ass power to do that, that's why I keep rolling like shit as my cleric.
One of the things that we can definitely discuss, everybody, is that
Which cleric?
we had a
Petrichor.
Okay.
little side adventure where we played these
We did.
goblins.
That's true.
It's sort of basically a side story that was happening as our main characters were, fleeing
Escaping.
the scene of the crime, and our beloved Matt decided that he was going to roll the dice of the dragon that we were fighting in front of us. And
It was a bunch of bullshit.
when I tell you that man, it looked like he wasn't rolling the dice, but just saying high rolls and just putting them there. And we were getting absolutely no good rolls. That
It
was
Also, wow, like he was rolling for like the infantry and the fucking ships and shit, and they were all missing every single fucking time.
Bad.
Well, it didn't
Yeah.
help that the Wyvern had like insane fucking AC. Like,
And also went back to life.
yes.
Yep.
it was the
Like,
it was the
did
AC
we
that
not
was getting
remember
us.
that? Our cleric taking 3 levels of exhaustion,
It took a turn.
It was worth it. It was worth it.
only for Crush and
And Marbeck to
coward,
fucking escape and
Marbeck.
You
Just
fucking
run away.
coward.
okay.
listen,
I
don't blow your wad in the first half,
Okay.
and
KJ,
we'll be good.
KJ,
You didn't do shit.
for argument's
You
sake,
didn't do
for argument's sake,
Okay.
I let it fall into the dice, and the dice rolled a fucking nat 20. Well, Tarzan also called even, and
Taylor, which is why I don't blame you. I blame Tarzan.
Listen,
okay, I'm
don't
fine
blow
with
your
that.
wad
I'm
and
totally fine.
don't blow
with
your
that.
wad without consulting with the team first, and then maybe I'll
If
consider
you
staying
had done
around.
your fucking job, it
Oh, I
would
did
have
my
been
job.
history.
I released the Kraken.
Okay,
released the
so
Kraken.
Tarzan, you say that they should have consulted with the team first, but did any of us
They
really
did.
expect for the dragon to come back to life?
No, but that's why you don't blow your wad in the first half.
I'm going to go ahead.
Stop saying blow your wad, please. Please stop saying just stop that. Squash it.
What's wrong
Taylor's
with that?
dying in the background.
But yeah, no, it's that was a fun little.
Anyway, did Taylor actually introduce herself, or did this just like spiral?
No. We're waiting for
Oh, I thought we were doing that in lieu of waiting.
Oh,
for-
do we want to do that in lieu?
Oh, is that what we're doing?
We can.
We can.
Yeah. Also, for
Matt's
those of
here.
you,
Never mind.
oh, that's it. There we go.
Ah.
Man, now we gotta confuse stuff.
Match.
Okay. We're gonna play the intro and then do introductions.
Yay!
Yes.
Hey.
And
There we go.
Hello, everyone.
we're back.
I'm here. Thank you all for your patience. So, I've been listening to
And you?
all of you people taking my ideas because we are all one brain cell. So, we're going to fuse a few things together because, as said before, to those who may be first time viewers or whatever the case may be, yeah, I think that we need to do a little bit of a introduction of ourselves and also let everybody know what it is that they need to catch up on. So, I will start things off. Hello, I am Matt, also known as War Torn Knight. I have the absolute pleasure of being the game master for this chaotic crew that we happen to have here on To Be Diced Adventures for the campaign of the Dimensional Dial of Dr. Diago, which began inspired by a one-page dungeon submission by a gentleman by the name of Andrew J. Young. If I ever meet this man in person, I don't know what I'll do, but it will probably be wholesome. This was adapted to make it into a whole campaign, and it is from there that we began our story. So, allow us to start with how it began, with the players themselves. KJ!
No, we rolled for this. Taylor starts.
Fine! Taylor!
History check.
Oh,
Amazing.
inside joke.
Come on.
Come a long way.
Screw you, Michael. That was me. Like that was solid. That was a chef's kiss. But my ego is slightly bruised from that because that. So, speaking of catching up, this group was the first group I ever played D&D with. They were the ones who taught me D&D, and Xanthi is one of the first to second emotional support characters I have gotten the pleasure of playing with this wonderful group. So, Matt, by rundown and catch up, what do you mean by that exactly? Because we've gone through what is it, 7 dimensions?
You are absolutely right. So, well, no, 6 dimensions.
6 dimensions.
And there happens to be 6 people here. So,
A dimension per person?
in Xanthi's own words,
Oh
tell everybody what happened in the very first dimension after y'all got together. Here, you know what? I'll prompt you. I will take where you guys started off. In a fantastical world of high magic, 3 individuals were 3 individuals. 1, 2, 3.
It was 3.
Yes, 3 individuals showed up at a adventurers guild of sorts in Aetherus City, and from there just looking for work to do, adventuring, whatever the case may be. Turns out there was a missing person, a dwarven artificer known as Dr. Dinah Diago. She's been missing for roughly, I believe I said 3 weeks. 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
And the party was tasked with finding them. as to be introduced in but a moment, those three characters were Xanthi Nightingale, Baro, the Wandering Monk, and Lovitar, the what was his tagline?
He was a rogue reborn at first.
We'll go with that.
The
The
undead
reborn
rogue?
rogue. Yes. As they were on their way to find or to the location of this doctor's laboratory where she was last known to be, they had a wonderful little meeting as berating a local farmer was none other than Clucky McCluckerson himself.
It wasn't a local farmer, it was a local sales guy, and like
Was
Clucky.
the farmer selling his stuffs?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think quite literally, it was grain that he was selling on the side of the road that Clucky was just trying to mine. No, all your grain are belong to
Just
Clucky.
eating out of the
Now,
bag.
I do have to ask, considering that first moment of that first scene of Clucky, what was Clucky saying as he was trying to get this grain at the grain cart?
You're deflecting from your own character.
No, I'm
Get
not.
to it.
I'm genuinely curious.
This
We'll
is
get there.
genuine.
That's the
Now
question
that,
part.
We'll get to the questions in a moment.
yeah, that's a good point. After meeting Sir McCluckerson and reading the scroll bound around his neck from a wonderful farmer who may or may not have made an appearance later on, Michael St. Gregory,
Cough.
they decided to bring him with them on this wonderful expedition. They made it to the dial, they investigated, and as they were trying to figure out things, they discovered the inanimate inanimate body of an automaton in the
With their little
in the
Legos
lawn,
sticking up.
basically. Yeah. Could not figure out what was going on with it, but turns out after a short bit of time, a mechanical creation known as the dimensional dial activated. And in this moment, this automaton woke up as the entire party was swept away to the second dimension on the dial. Hang on, I brought this up for this
It was
reason.
the winter dimension.
The Fell Winter, where we will get a synopsis in her own words from Xanthi Nightingale.
The clock starts now.
So I find this absolutely hilarious that
Me too.
I feel like most of Xanthi Nightingale's fucking nat ones were in this dimension.
They were.
The dimension of failure.
Mhm.
I am actually going to pull up my notes that I have not pulled out for like the last 6 weeks.
You mean my notes?
No, I have my notes, but then we merged our notes,
We did.
and the last note that I took was there is a child in the apocalypse in capital letters.
Spoilers.
We'll get to that. We'll get to that.
We'll get to that.
Ah, yes, the child pet.
The brain chemistry. Oh dear God.
Let's go to that clip.
I will say I can't help but just be so happy that I have to go through a abundance of D&D character backstories to find Xanthi Nightingale's backstory. That is how far I have come in crafting this kind of crap. I love it. I freaking love it. All right. Jesus Christ.
Save your prayers. He doesn't live here.
No, Jesus has left the building like from day one. He like walked into the tavern, said, "Oh, it's these guys," and then walked out.
Don't worry, I'll see a few of them soon. Spoilers.
Oh dear God.
Xanthi, what do you remember?
Okay, so
Not much. She was drinking.
You're not wrong.
It was a blur. It was all a blur. There was some pain in my foot at one point when I was aiming to something.
Okay, so
Someone said
I
you want
do
to start
remember
Vegas? Next thing I know, I'm
before they
$400
went to the winter dimension, Xanthi had gotten a whole entire 5 gallons or 10 gallons.
5.
5
That would have been
gallons of
insanity.
whiskey. She literally spent all of her gold on 5 gallons of whiskey, or almost all of
Yes,
her gold on 5
Yes, the
gallons of whiskey.
startup goal that you were given to
Damn,
prepare
girl.
for this quest that you've just taken on, and you bought alcohol.
Damn, girl.
Hey, I stick to my character's dynamic, and
fair.
her priorities were
To be
fucking
fair,
whiskey.
Xanthi was not the only one who purchased alcohol, because I'm pretty sure Baro got a bottle of wine.
Yes.
Sake.
Sake, that's what it was.
But the thing is that like at least Baro was buying sake in order to like try to go to the class he was trying to go towards at that point. Xanthi was just getting alcohol to get fucked up. Like that was the gist of it. So after they
Fucked up,
go
you
into
didn't.
the winter dimension, I do remember we actually the first time that we had our first encounter, I think it was with wolves, like giant wolves. And
Winter
we
wolves,
actually had a big brain moment because Petrichor, I believe, did create water and caused a water slick. And we had traps set along the whole thing. Xanthi set a wolf on fire at some point. Clucky grappled at least another wolf. And
Suplex.
I'm not quite sure if it was that encounter, or if it was the next encounter where no, it was totally that first wolf encounter where Xanthi was shit-faced and then totally rolled in that one and shot an arrow through her foot.
Yep.
And I thank Matt for not having me take damage, but just take half fucking movement.
Yeah.
And Petrichor, I believe, did greater restoration, and we
so
were
you weren't drunk anymore.
yeah, and so we were
Wake up!
bitch.
They're not that aggressive.
That's pretty much
Get it together.
Get
October with the backhand of
I
God.
believe then there was a afterwards we encountered a large lake that was a big thing of ice. And Lovitar is like, I'm gonna speed on through here. Lovitar's
Accurate representation of how Lovitar sounds. Lovitar.
Lovitar is just like zoom, zoom, zoom. And
Zero caution taken. Zero caution considered.
Does anyone else
I'm pretty
do, like,
sure
the
Xanthi,
crayon formations
being
that
as
she's
drunk
doing?
as she is, chugging her barrel of alcohol, just kind of looks at Lovitar and is like, it seems like a great idea. And just and tries to I believe they were successful on the first dash, or like going full speed across the ice instead of going half speed. But the second time, I think it was a second nat one, and just through the ice, and Lovitar had to throw out a chain, and I had to make multiple rolls. Lovitar had to make multiple rolls. Managed to pull Xanthi out like a wet fucking dog, and just it was absolutely miserable. And that was, I think, like one of the first, like, aside from like, you know, feeding Clucky, like hand feeding Clucky like grain and corn, I think that was like one of like the really awesome wholesome moments was having the fire being made and everyone kind of pitching in and making sure Xanthi stayed warm after just being complete. Honestly, everything was her entire fault. And that was
had a chicken hut around you.
Oh my god! I forgot that.
The cuddle pile that
Yes,
you guys
the cuddle
made
pile.
to keep Xanthi
One
warm.
of my favorite moments.
You wholesome sons of bitches! You.
It was a bunch of furs, and like Xanthi like had to like change, because I believe Lovitar gave his
Take off his shirt.
took off his shirt, gave it to Xanthe. Xanthe's changing under all of the skins and everything, throwing like wet clothes out, and then she changes and she just kind of is just sitting there and just like
And
huddled in
Borrow's
like
hat.
yeah, in Burrow's hat. Oh my god, that's like a fucking One Piece moment right there, dude. Like
The fucking cherry on top, but it's the monk's hat on top.
no, the cherry on top was when Clucky was just like
Yeah.
like
Trying to
Yeah.
hatch you like an egg.
and I can't remember what Scree was doing. I think Scree was
Scree cuddled up with you.
yeah, Scree cuddled up with. Oh man, I love Scree.
Oh, that's true. This was the episode, that first episode in that
Mhm.
dimension is where McKenna was playing with us as Scree for the very first time.
Yeah.
Because out of nowhere, through Lovitar's ribcage, comes a walking talking rat.
Going
Ooh,
up
by
the
the
wolf's
way,
nose, like
He is
like
blowing the fuck up on Twitter, on TikTok, whatever the fuck it is.
Yeah.
He's blowing
Absolutely
up.
amazing.
I love
I
McKenna's
love Scree so
everything,
much.
but
She
I love her
owns
screen.
that.
What is it? What is it? Cult of There it is, Cult of Scree.
Yeah, we have made a
Cult
cult
of
of
Fingers
Scree.
don't want to do it,
Like,
but I'm trying.
Does
Long
anyone
live the screen.
love that
Cult
thing
of
that she
Scree.
does with her eyes, where she like
The
slowly
like
turns
one
The
at a
one
time.
one
shit?
blink.
like
It's
the
Oh,
fucking
I don't know how.
amazing.
McKenna, we miss you.
Yeah, we miss you,
McKenna, we love you and we miss you, and the cult of Scree lives on.
Follow Scree the Rat on the Tickety Talks.
Scree
Yeah.
Rat on TikToks.
It's only 3 E's, I believe, on the
two
E's,
E's
yeah.
officially.
But officially it's 7.
That's true.
I did have a conversation with McKenna because at one point in time I asked how many E's it was going to be, and
I think it was one for
she
each
said
level.
she said originally it was 3, but like typed it as 4 when you guys had leveled up, and I was like, well, it's canon. You get another E every time you level up. So
And
yes,
so when-
eventually Scree had a lot of E's.
and I have kept her name in the credits as long as I have, because Lovitar and Scree are such like integral parts to the characters.
Oh,
As this
absolutely.
transition goes, there will be a brand new credit sequence complete with new, perhaps, what's the word I'm looking for? Not foreboding, but what's the word where it's like
Foreshadowing.
Foreshadowing. That's the word.
Foreboding.
Imagery
I feel like foreboding is like
of
doom.
Yeah,
what's to come.
foreshadowing
which
can
also
be
tracks.
foreboding.
Yes, foreshadowing. Very, very, very slightly hinted at. We'll see.
Gotcha.
Matt and I need
I
to
don't know if
talk
I
about
like
it,
that.
but
It's
That
fine.
being said, Michael, will it be easily editable for you to add people in the
yeah.
roll
Oh,
credits?
it's gonna be a whole new credit sequence, but it'll be fun.
Okay, good. Not spoilers or anything
Not
that people
spoilers.
can start to think of, but yeah.
Excuse
Yeah.
me. Excuse me.
No, by all
I
means,
love
we will absolutely have one ready for the new cast that we're bringing in, completely wiping out everyone here and rebooting the series.
I mean,
Absolutely.
listen,
Fully.
we've been close.
Oh, sorry, that was
We've been close.
yeah. Surprise.
Taylor looks very hurt. Taylor, it's a joke, I promise.
Much like
it's a bit.
HBO Max,
Don't-
we are
don't be-
going to just shit can you all and start the series over again.
What
Ask
is it,
Max
Bad Girl?
instead.
Yeah. We're bringing
No.
in-
Oh my
You
God.
wipe us out, you go to jail. Right to jail, right away.
So
We'll try it.
detour ended. We miss both Isaac and McKenna,
yes.
but until they are ready to rejoin us, we wish them all the best and eagerly await their return.
Yes.
Mhm.
key figures
Mhm.
Back to you, Taylor.
Catch their episodes early on. You can see them all on our YouTube channel.
Now, as going further than that,
Met with the tribal leaders.
Oh, the
anybody
pain
else?
that I feel because I know so much.
So I remember we fought some big guy before we left the other dimension, but I cannot remember who that is.
We met frost giants, worked with their community.
Oh yeah.
That
Clucky.
was before the like.
Yep. Yeah. Clucky helped, display how strong he was at lifting up ice logs or whatever it was. Boulders.
Oh my god, man, it's so insane.
Also,
Like,
the same dimension that Petrichor learned how to play catch and where the hand-holding thing started.
Mhm.
Lots of firsts.
Yeah.
like Matt, I love how you're like, Taylor, you're gonna cover the first dimension, which is
Hey,
like the one that
I
struggling.
didn't roll.
They're struggling.
I was going to just start going through and
Matt,
hand it to
the
people.
only thing I remember is the traumatizing nat ones that I had in that first
Okay.
dimension.
This is why I definitely specified in the beginning, in your own words, because I really wanted to see like the snapshots of like
Yep.
what's the big pieces for those characters.
I will say another first for Xanthi. That was the same dimension that Petrichor carved and gave Xanthi the cup.
Is that?
Yeah.
I thought that was the jungle dimension.
Nope.
Were we in the frozen dimension? I do not remember like the whole second
3
half of the
episodes.
frozen dimension. I'm gonna be honest with you guys.
That's where we picked up the crystal.
Mm-hmm.
That's where Petrichor started having an identity crisis.
Oh my god. Where are my okay, so I have multiple notes. I just don't remember.
It was a while ago. It was a long time ago.
Yeah.
It was quite literally a year ago.
It was a year ago.
That's like a whole percentage of your life ago.
Yeah. Long fucking time.
I mean, I think we can also like focus on discussing the journey of the characters first, or not necessarily like focusing on the dimension itself, but like the
Mhm.
journey so far
The character took.
from
Yeah.
each POV.
I will say it is a fun game though. Watching all of you try to remember. I've just was a spectator up
To
until
be
that.
honest, like Taylor has pretty much gotten to the end of that dimension. Like there
There
was
you
the
go.
big meeting
Oh, she
with
did, right?
That was kind of
Chief
it.
Vuna, but beyond that, like yeah, you guys showed up, you fought some wolves, you made it to the encampment known as Fyodor, and saw Chief
Yes.
Vuna, had some antics there, learned about the what was it? The Crystal of Weird? Is that what I called it?
The weird
Yes.
Yeah.
The Weird Stone, that's what it was. Went to the lake. Xanthi almost died. Lovitar did go fast things. You guys made it to the Weird Stone, obtained the crystal, and made your way back to the dial and left, going to the second dimension, known officially as a verdant land.
Can we start
Which
a tally
who
of
rolled-
how many times Xanthi almost dies?
I will say
on.
also that was the first time that in dimension when Xanthi was drowning, that Borrow was picked up by Clucky in the
Yes. Which has somehow become like pretty standard. Like if shit's going down, Barrow just puts a hand up
Yep.
and Clucky comes and grabs him.
Yeah.
And then recently featuring Xanthi putting her hand up, and then they become a C-130.
Yeah.
I think Michael and I both rolled 18s. So do we want to do rollies?
Oh, I don't know shit. So you're gonna have to go with the.
I
'cause
get to
So
go.
it's gonna be we're gonna
I got the jungle
unfortunately-
dimension down.
Yeah,
so
yeah, you're going to be Dimension 6 because it's
Yeah.
the only one that you were there.
It's the
for.
only
it's the only one I was in.
Okay. Dimension 3. Let me pull up my notes. I already have them open because that's who I am. So, from Petrichor's perspective, they'd gotten out, they transported, and we immediately started fighting plants. Petrichor got very protective of the dial and one-shotted a plant with a very well-placed inflict wounds. We left the dial, and not even very far outside of the doctor's laboratory is when Lovitar just kind of wanders off. Very confused, Petrichor followed, and that's where the waltz in the woods on brambles happened, which was the second time Petrichor had ever short-circuited in front of the party, and
The dance of I will
almost
interrupt for a
killed
second to
Lothar.
say
Yeah.
one of my favorite moments as a DM watching you all fucking panic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Watching
It was so
Lovatar
bad.
Gosh.
have a waltz on fucking thorns with what you guys
Yeah.
saw as fucking nothing, but was quite literally the maiden of pain herself, Lovatar.
Yeah, I mean, Baro was
Yeah.
looking, but Baro couldn't see nothing. He's like, I don't see it.
Actually, I do believe that Baro did see something, which is the weird thing.
I know because it was. I did a roll. I don't remember what.
Oh,
we
yeah,
rolled.
the
I rolled,
outline,
like,
Mhm.
yeah.
And Xanthi ended up going blind in that whole fucking ordeal because she cast see invisibility and fucking
You kept
Leviatar was like,
prodding.
"Fuck you, bitch."
Yep.
You kept prodding,
But-
and she didn't like it.
Yeah, from Petrichor's perspective, didn't see shit. Lovatar is basically talking to himself and then starts dancing by himself on these brambles. And I failed my save. And we see the first of aggressive Petrichor. And didn't find this out till later, but I almost killed Lovatar. Because I was talking with Isaac at some point, and he said, "Yeah, you took me down to 1 hit point."
Yeah, no, it wasn't exactly 1 HP.
It was really low though.
But you nat one on a guiding bolt and fucked him up because
Yeah.
But what
Guiding
actually
bolt's
ended up bringing him
powerful
down
as
to
shit.
1 HP was the piercing damage from the thorns, which I
Yeah.
did intentionally because I'm an asshole.
And like we're all sitting there holding
man,
our
you said
breath
it.
the whole time.
You said it. We didn't.
Then, after all of that was kind of over, Petrichor was just fuming. It wasn't talking to anybody, just kind of statue still. And Baro came and sat in front of them and went to go touch their arm as he was talking to them. And I think I remember specifically asking, "Do you touch them?" And I think you said yes. And there was kind of an aggressive moment that happened as the metal of their body was actually heating up. There was a bits of smoke piling off of them. They had the red accents instead of blue. They eventually calmed down. We did a decent amount of travel. And did we get ambushed?
Sort of. The guards of Thexalim
Yeah.
showed up while you were wandering around. They were like, "What the fuck are you doing here?" And you all were like, we're just here."
Yep.
And they were like,
Well,
"All right, come with us."
Clucky spot being as perspective as he is, saw something in the tree canopy and immediately threw a spear at that person.
Yep,
Oh yeah, that's
Only
right. I
missed.
forgot about
Yep,
that. You
that's-
did
that
try
is
to
how-
attack them immediately.
that's
You
true.
never got that spear back, by the way.
He did not. It is still there.
That spear went away. That spear stayed there at the
Nat one so hard.
Some bird flying through that dimension 3 days later just got impaled by a fucking javelin as it's coming back down from orbit.
Oh my god.
We eventually got to the village and very quickly realized as we were trying to get supplies that they don't like purchase things in gold, only rubies and natural gems, which was very frustrating. And I think Clucky went and did a shit ton of wood chopping to get rubies so that we
Yes.
could buy things.
Clucky
Lovatar-
got arrested for deforestation.
Didn't we also didn't either Lovatar or Xanthi, I think one or the two, ended up convincing them that the gold coins were worth a lot more? We ended up
Yeah.
getting
Both of you together, I believe, were just like, no, this is fucking cool shit. And they were like,
Yeah,
All right.
because
Okay.
that's how Lovatar was able to afford getting new armor.
yeah.
Yeah.
And I
Um,
think
didn't
that's
he have
also
it
where Xanthi
made?
got,
that was the
he did have it
same.
made.
That was the same dimension that Xanthi ran out of booze and realized that they don't have booze here.
Yep. Clucky got his flint
Garfield,
axe.
the cable's off.
That conversation was so beautiful. We were just like, all right, so what can I buy to get hammered? And they're just like, what are you talking about? Like alcohol. What's that? Do you have anything that you take you it makes you feel warm? It'll make it affect your head and stuff. You mean like tea? And Xavier was just,
It was amazing.
I have to get out of here. I have to get out of here right now.
I still absolutely love that one sound where it's just like, Garfield, the cable's out. Why is this not working? Garfield, the cable's out. Maybe it needs new batteries. Garfield, You don't
My
hear
favorite-
me. The cable
The
is
is-
out. The
My
cable,
favorite
yeah.
part
Like,
about this
Oh, dear.
dimension was when you gave Plucky a flint axe and a forest scenario.
Yep.
As if that was
Yeah.
the greatest line of thinking for
And-
an Angry Bird chicken.
like to be
I
fair,
believe it
we really
was.
weren't like we really weren't like as coordinated together at that point. We were all just in our own little chaotic zones.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's when I started. I used my brewing supplies to actually
Yeah.
start making alcohol.
Yeah,
Which,
and then I
we never
feel
got
like
to,
Barrow
actually.
just like physically, like psychologically started just making like mental leashes to keep on all of us at that point.
We actually did in the
We did.
last dimension.
We did. That little ceremony that we did to say goodbye to Lobatar and Scree, that was the alcohol that we
That was
used.
that alcohol.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Okay. I thought
Yeah.
that was the last of Xanthi's alcohol.
No, that was the alcohol that I made that I deliberately actually Borrow never actually pointed it out because he actually was holding on it to give it to Xanthi because he knew. And then it ended up
Yeah.
becoming the thing that they used for the ceremony, and Xanthi ended up tossing it away when the ceremony happened. So it
That's
was
right.
for
Yeah.
Borrow, that was actually a very big moment where he was very proud of her.
Yeah.
Oh,
To continue forward from Petrichor's perspective, when we got into town, I think it was a lot from Petrichor's point of view. They were wandering around with Barrow, and that's where you expressed interest in getting a tattoo.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
What else did we do? I don't think a lot of the time we
wanted a tattoo.
yeah, a lot of the time we spent there, Petrichor was just working on the gifts that would later be given further in the campaign. So I
Lovatar
didn't
trained
actually
with a
go to-
longbow, I think, and that's
Yeah. He
yeah.
did some training. Then we were asking about the leaders that were there, about like any sort of magic we could use to recharge the crystal. Got told about the moon pool or whatever it was that we went to, but realized we didn't have the crystal with us, so had to go back to the dial. Found out it was missing, but we saw tracks around the place, and I used a locate object spell to kind of laser focus, find out where they went, which is where Clucky got the nickname Fish Food.
Oh, is no that was Dimension
goblin
Clucky got.
fight.
Yeah, and then we
The-
didn't we ended up like going with the whole fishing scenario. Like
Yeah,
Xanthi
because-
shot freaking yeah, holy crap.
That was on the way back, but there we fought with some goblins. You rolled a nat 1 with the crossbow again, which
Oh my
shot
God.
the crystal clean out of Loatar's hand, and that's
I
where we get the
forgot about
lovely
that.
piece of art that I drew that says "Come to Papa" with Scree holding the crystal.
Come to little Papa.
That's
Lovatar
where-
thinking that he can steal a crystal out from a horde of goblins in front of him and hide.
fun. That's where the fish fight happened, and Clucky got the nickname Fish Food. Xanthi made a Molotov cocktail.
Made 4 Molotov cocktails.
I just remember one because you blew up the bank to make it closer so that we could get off of the log over the river easier.
Xanthi bought a bunch of jars when we were in that town, and she then formulated her Molotov cocktails with her alcohol.
Oh boy.
In hindsight,
the
Xanthi
rest-
probably regretted that decision.
Probably. Then we get to getting to the underground lake, which was more fights with goblins and hobgoblins.
Bugbear.
Bugbear.
It was a
That's right.
bugbear.
It say bugbear in my notes. I just read it wrong. Petrichor went into the water and had a very interesting experience. Barrow was able to recharge the crystal, and then as we were fucking leaving, Lovatar gets yanked into the water and disappears, and that's where he had the whole nightmare scenario of each of our worst nightmares that none of us as characters fucking knew about, but we begged for that session and got traumatized.
Oh, I
You're
fucking love that
welcome.
session.
That was
You're
a mid
fucking welcome.
that was a midpoint session on a Sunday instead of our usual Wednesdays.
It was a Thursday, excuse me? Sir?
Yeah,
It
that was
the
literally
next
that was a
fucking
next
day.
day
It was the next
thing.
day.
We literally
You guys
asked
literally
Matt
blew
for
up
it.
my phone for
The next
12
day.
hours asking for another fucking session.
I thought it was
fucking
on a
working.
Sunday. Okay, yeah.
The next fucking day.
And I was like, no, I know what's going to give me more time on this. Literally what's going to happen next. You guys need to fill out an RPG consent form. So I know if what I'm about to do is actually going to be fine with you.
Yep.
Cue Victor returning one in with a giant green dot on the whole fucking
Yep.
thing.
Yep.
Which everybody else went same, for lack of a better verbatim. I think
Pretty
that there was a grand
Yeah.
total of like 2 actual red marks from anybody. Like that was it.
Pretty much.
So, but everybody else was just no, we got this. Like you guys were furiously messaging each other, like who didn't turn one in?
We did.
Who didn't turn
We
it in?
did.
Who's the one?
No,
McKenna,
we were
you!
I think it was
frantically
Tarzan
making
too.
sure because
I
like,
think it was Tarzan that was the last to turn one in.
and I think he just copy pasted fucking
I
Victor's.
think he did.
He absolutely. A lot of people copy pasted Victor's, and a couple people copy pasted McKenna's. I think that the only people who
I
actually
filled
made
mine
them,
out. Thank
yes,
you very
the only people
much.
who made theirs were KJ, Victor, if you can call that making one, and McKenna.
I do.
Because I think that
call it.
Isaac copied McKenna's. I think that Tarzan and Taylor copied Victor's. I believe.
I mean, I made a very good, sign.
I believe I copied McKenna's because I did have a few things, and I'm like,
Yeah. And then upon
I do like because it
exiting-
came in much later on. I went back and looked at what people did because something was about to come up, and I messaged somebody. I was like, "So, like, how do you actually feel about this? Because you marked it red on yours." And they were like, "Oh no, McKenna marked that red. I'm fine with it." And I was like, "This is why you should have made your own, so that I fucking know this shit."
Yep. And then on our way out of that dimension is when we got ambushed by the goblins as we exited and lost Scurry on the way.
Which brings us to the next dimension, effectively called Under a Red Sun, which will be spoken about from the perspective of who rolled next highest, not Michael, because we talked about that.
I know Victor got an 11. Tarzan, did you roll?
Yeah, I got a 21.
You can't have a
It was
21. You guys didn't have
Council, it
modifiers.
was rollies.
I'm
must
using
have died.
Clucky's modifiers. An 18.
So yeah, so you.
So it's
There
probably
you go.
yes, the apocalypse dimension from the perspective of Clucky McCluckerson.
The double sun from Clucky.
Bark.
no, there's the apocalypse.
This is the kind of content that I am paying for with my Twitch subscription.
I feel the same way, Clucky. I feel the same way.
It's such a way with
So,
words.
this was a dimension
Hey,
that
boy,
Clucky has
put on
not
your
been able.
bracelet, you stupid gossbag.
So this is a dimension that Clucky has. We had yet to like fully establish a full line of communication with Clucky at this point in time, but there's been sporadic moments where the party would cast like speak with animals or tongues on Clucky. So we were burning resources just to establish communication.
Which was awesome for me as a DM, because you'd be like, oh no, I'm out of 3rd level spell slots because I cast tongues.
Is the red sun dimension the same as the apocalypse dimension?
Yes.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Not post-apocalyptic.
Oh,
Yeah,
post-apocalyptic. Yes, apocalyptic.
I
was
understand the error of my ways now.
the
There was
'cause
the
they-
pre-apocalypse
Xanthi
dimension,
dimension.
and then the post-apocalypse dimension.
Yes.
It's the Xanthi dimension, yes. So we arrived to this desolate, barren wasteland where, again, Xanthi's still struggling with her alcoholism, and we needed to find some sort of remedy to get her stable, which we ended up conducting a drug deal of sorts. After we did a little investigation and we
about the
sent the
predator.
child of the apocalypse, the robot child, into for some reason to help conduct this
It's fine.
transaction.
It's fine. It worked.
Where Clucky acted as basically the lookout, the resident lookout. At he does the chicken. He watches the party from a distance and interjects when he needs to. Lovitar does what Lovitar does best and infiltrates quietly and then exits with a loud fucking bang. Every fucking time. You fucking love it. Manages to get drugs. Tries to leave with the recipe, but Matt was like, "You're not leaving with this fucking recipe, no matter
Correction,
what."
we got 10 pages of the recipe.
Exactly.
I believe it was
But
10 page of like a 13-page document.
Yeah,
or
there was a
something like
13. We got 10
Yeah.
out of 13 pages.
right, but Matt, like
he's like, I'm gonna figure the rest out. Okay.
Right. I'm listening.
Have fun with that.
I'm watching Matt as he's describing this whole situation, and I'm like, Matt is fully intending on not letting us leave with this fucking formula
So,
whatsoever.
for clarification, you were absolutely welcome to leave with that if you fucking earned it.
But while that's all going down, there's roving patrols going on throughout this entire compound that he had to deal with, but he had already started killing people on the way to this fucking formula. So people were already on alert and everything. So like, you're on a timer, man. You got a little bit amount of time. You need to get in and out. Get some fucking dragon's blood. Get out. Call it a day. But no, Isaac wanted, or not Isaac, but Lovitar wanted everything, and he by gods he was going to get it.
Didn't he scare the shit out of somebody so bad? Like he over-intimidated?
Yeah, he scared. We end up having to fight the compound. That's when both Xanthi and Lovitar start losing their shit at the same fucking time.
By the way, this is when you benched the cleric outside.
Yes.
No, didn't the cleric just straight up be like, I'm not going to go in there?
Petrichor was like, yeah, I'm not going in. And Clucky was like, I'm going in.
It's because Clucky went in, Xanthi told Petrichor to wait, and I actually was like, no, I should come in with you. You're like, it'll be fine, we have it under control. You're like, fine, I'll sit here and wait. And so I basically got benched for most of that combat.
And then Clucky ends up getting fireballed.
Until Petrichor hits calm emotion.
And then Clucky nearly dies in that dimension. That was in that encounter alone, because that fireball fucked him up pretty good. And
that was the first time that like Xanthi and Clucky started having that like very tense relationship.
Yeah,
the fried chicken relationship.
Yeah, that was the first like contention for Clucky. It was when, because both Xanthi and Lovitar were having these personality conflictions, and Clucky's like caught in the middle of this, trying to be the mediator and get everybody back to safety, but they are hell-bent on killing everything in sight. So Clucky's like, I'm gonna fucking murder one of you two if you don't fucking listen to me.
I feel I should correct, the first time Clucky got hit with fire was the first combat when we first
the kobold, yeah.
Because of the kobold.
Yeah, that's where we learned about the dragon's blood or whatever it was from them. And then manages to, no, I don't even know how I think we just killed everybody. No, what happened was Xanthi finally snaps back to and throws a stink bomb at the fucking patrolling forces, effectively disarming them for a minute, which allowed Clucky to get both Lovitar and Xanthi out of the stronghold, so we could get the fuck out of there before one of us dies.
I remember Petrichor cast calm emotions on Xanthi.
Yeah.
And
yeah. And then we had to hightail it out of there because we were being pursued by those forces, and we rode on lizard mounts till we found a little gas station that we could hide out in. And Clucky used one of you guys to make fake trails that led to a sand pit, in case if anybody did want to pursue us.
That was me.
Again, the Clucky's number one tactic: pick up another party member and fly with them.
Yeah.
When in doubt.
Xanthi was not happy about that whole situation, like at all.
But
It was great.
Upon leaving that gas station, Clucky did do a little recon to see if that trap actually worked, which it did. There was somebody caught in it, which was cool. I'm glad that worked. Then
You
we
tried to rip them out the next day. And you nat
Yeah.
20'd, and instead of actually
Ripped
giving
the
you the
arm.
whole body, I said that you ripped the arm off, and the rest was turned in the cluck sand. Yes.
So after that,
Tism is
we
real today.
we found out that there's somebody that's connected to Xanthi that has a stronghold at the center of this apocalypse dimension. We traveled to that dimension to where we had to figure out how to get inside the stronghold, and then Lovitar does what Lovitar does best and dives headfirst into the moat and starts trying to cross it, thinking he was going to get across it unscathed somehow. Ends up getting nearly both Barrow and Clucky killed trying to save him. Xanthi and Petrichor were still on the safe side. They were still on the safe side. It was just Clucky and Barrow down there trying to save Lovitar. And that was like the turning point for Clucky. Was like, hey, you nearly got us killed twice in this dimension. You need to fucking stop. And that's when he took the trident that Lovitar gave him and planted it in the ground before him. It was basically like, this is the moment. You decide from here how this relationship goes. And then
I believe it's called the
progress further
Cluctomatum.
The Cluctomatum. We did a little more investigation. Found a rune that was carved in Draconic, saying "Speak open," and the gates open, or something like that. And Xanthi was obliterated out of her mind on Dragon's blood, and proceeded to scream, just scream, to get the door to open, which I guess was enough. Go to jail. Go to jail. But
Taylor was on her own dimensional dial journey that day.
Was in a completely different dimension than the rest of us. Just screams at the rock and surprisingly enough, it was enough to get it to work. The doors opened. We proceeded in
Draconic. We must.
It screamed in Draconic. Yes.
Yes.
But once we got the gates to open, that's when the local residents who were surrounding this stronghold because they wanted to try and find a way in to loot it started to bum rush us, and that's when we basically formed a line saying, hey, fuck off until we figure out if this place is safe, because we're not here for the loot, we're here to find something and get out of here. And everybody was like, okay, cool.
He said, hey, fuck off.
To be fair, you did clothesline a man before they finally listened to us.
Right.
Yeah.
Fucking Clucky uses his massive wings to fucking clothesline somebody.
Yeah, somebody was just trying to sprint right by you, and you're just like, no. Yep.
Didn't we clothesline Xanthi?
No, because Xanthi tried to trip him, and he jumped over.
Oh, and then Clucky clotheslined him. Okay, yeah.
Xanthi was also busy trying to hit on some guy while his wife was right
there. who she kept saying was a security guard who wasn't a security guard.
Who was not a officer of the law in any retrospect at all.
Sometimes, folks, when you lie in D&D as your character, that also means your character's just straight up lying.
Sometimes a lie is just a lie.
Hello there, Mr. Security Guards. I don't even work here.
I'm just a resident. That's all I am.
I bet that's what all the security guards say.
I will say this 100% props to Taylor. Learned that information, said, nope, we're rolling with it, and just kept going.
But we managed to convince the locals to stay back until we deem it safe, which it ultimately did not end up being safe for anybody. We proceeded inside. That's when we learned more information about Xanthi's involvement in this dimension, and then we come upon the skeletal lord infused to a wall, who was Xanthi's quote unquote creator.
Y'all are just nightmare factory generators.
Yep.
God
We all need therapy, but that's why we play D&D.
I left
Yeah,
out like the most
D&D.
descriptive factor about this whole stronghold. There was a giant beam of fucking fire coming down from the sky into this stronghold. We get to this skeletal lord infused to the wall to find out that he's been channeling the fire dimension into the core of the planet that housed a Tarask that was incubating in this fire elemental energy beam.
Oh,
Yeah.
less subtly in the background, less obvious. He was also pumping it full of dragon's blood,
Oh,
which
yeah.
is why the Tarask got wings.
Yes, it
And
was
the
a
rest.
mutant. It was a mutated
Yeah.
Tarask.
Yeah. Mutant Trask.
Nightmares upon nightmares
we-
upon nightmares.
Yep.
We use the fire plane energy to charge the crystal, to which it in that moment awoken the Tarask. I wouldn't say it was because we charged the crystal out. It was probably just done with incubation at that point in time.
Plot
To where we had to flee this dimension at
God,
breakneck speeds, which also entailed several psychological breakdowns as well during this fucking episode of fleeing.
For those of you keeping count at home,
Don't.
We're at 47.
don't worry, neither were we.
To where our resident cleric, the robot child, could not properly function to flee at a suitable pace to survive this dimension. So Clucky had to slow himself down.
I think
Yeah.
what happened was Petrichor had taken so much damage because we were fighting the sacrifices to do the whole thing, and you went down twice, but I took a ton of damage, and so I was rolling on my short circuit table, and it kept flipping between like 6 different options, and the reason I wasn't going as fast was because they were essentially drunk.
I also think Petrichor used their last spell slot to burn Xanthi's creator, if I'm not mistaken.
It was a combination of Sacred Flame and Clucky's
And
baseball
Clucky
bat.
bashing his head in, yeah.
That'll do it.
It was also that when we were running and the Tarask started coming out, the roar actually had us have to roll wisdom saving throws.
Oh, I
we
think
A lot of
that
us were
might have
feared.
been it, yeah.
That's
A lot of
like
us were
a
feared.
Titan level Jurassic Park T-Rex roar. Like
Yeah.
It was-
Also,
Yeah.
it was this dimension where Scree came back to us.
Yeah,
Yes.
sure.
Oh,
we
yes. I
learned-
left that part out.
Yeah, and we learned that they made it back to our dimension at a different time, and we learned that
years.
for them it had been 2 years, whereas for us it only
that
had
was the
been
secret reveal episode,
Like a
right?
day.
That's where you and I worked
It'd
backstage.
been 2 days for us, and it'd been 2
Yeah.
years for Scree.
This was that the screen
That
revelation was
a fun
during
episode.
during our during the fleeing of the Dragon's Blood compound. That's when Scree came back to us. But yeah, we end up fleeing the stronghold through a series of epic failures on saving throws.
There was so many
Failures. So many failures. Clucky
It
getting knocked
was
out of the sky.
Epic. I
Baro
think when
grabbing people from falling off of mounts.
Baro was
Baro
jumping from mounts.
mount to mount.
That
I
was
But
think
Baro
that
also
when
like saved some folks from falling off of mounts, if I'm not mistaken.
That's why he was jumping.
y'all had to help each other because when I went back and actually watched it, I counted there was like 13 natural ones
It
in
was
that
so
in just
bad.
that episode, in
Wow.
just that whole
Jeez,
thing.
astronomical.
It was
odds.
so bad.
terrible.
That's
Between the
insane.
entire party, there was 13 natural ones.
And
is-
then
was
it was
bad.
never
is
that
almost-
bad again.
That's almost that is almost
You
as
would think
crazy as how shitty our NPC goblins were.
almost.
Oh,
They
God.
didn't really nat one. They just did not roll well.
No, they just
Just bad at
nothing
what
above
they
11.
do.
But yeah, through a multitude of natural one failures, we still managed to dodge the Tarask's energy beam and make it to the dial in time to flee. And
Got the
that
fuck
was
out.
while the dimension was blowing up.
and as we transition to the next dimension, that's when the previous dimension cracked on the dial indicating its destruction as each Rask consumed that dimension.
Which
Yay!
brings us to
Barrow
dimension
gets to
number
describe this
5,
one.
World at War,
Oh,
as
what a
presented
twist.
by Victor _ the Story Weaver,
You get the
also known
intense
as
one.
Barrow the Blind Monk.
Where he became
yeah.
daddy.
It's true.
So this particular dimension was a dimension that was threw everybody off because we found ourselves in a very strange land, and we were not far. Very, very soon after we arrived to this dimension, we were engaged by people who were patrolling the perimeter, and Barrow actually was shot with a dart that he managed to catch, and he didn't know. None of the group could know that it was a trank dart because we found ourselves in a dimension that was a post-apocalyptic dimension of the United States.
Goddamn.
During that dimension, we eventually had to let these people take us. Scree ended up going separate ways to where they went on a whole quest underground and basically started building the Scree army,
Yes.
which would eventually lead to the foundation of the Scree cult.
I
that we
would
follow.
say this initial contact was when, had Barrow not initiated the stand down order, Clucky was ready to start fucking chopping heads.
Yeah.
But as soon as he gave the stand down, Clucky probably wouldn't have survived this dimension.
Xanthi was ready to fucking blow shit up.
Yeah. Everyone.
Wow.
So there was a lot of noises, and then there was the sound, a peculiar sound that he'd never heard before, or even like the vibrations that would inform his navigational sense of what the machinery that they were on, because they were actually put on a bus vehicle,
Wagon.
where they were then transported to I think they called it the castle.
The sort of call sign of their sort of base of
Their
operations
stronghold,
was the castle. Sort of me giving a nod to, you guys are playing a fantasy game, but there is nothing fantastical about this.
Yeah. This is not even a bouncy castle.
Yeah, no.
Oh man.
So
Okay,
we found ourselves being taken into this stronghold, codename the Castle, which happened to be the stronghold of a militia that still fought to preserve the concept of the United States as a nation, even in the chaos. And
excuse me, did you just refer to the United States Army as a militia?
In that particular scenario, yes.
Yeah, ask enough people who love the Second Amendment; they'll tell you the same thing.
And they got to meet some very interesting characters involving generals and military. One of them being the leader of the castle, where they were separated and interrogated one by one.
That was a fun
favorite scenes in the entire series.
It stressed me out so much.
Hands down, my favorite scenes were these interrogation scenes.
Yeah.
For the record, my favorite pastime is making y'all stressed, because you guys function so well under stress for some reason. Like, if it's just happy-go-lucky fun time, it's like, yeah, it's a good time. But like the points that you guys are like, I'm literally shaking. I don't know what to do. My support snacks are gone. Where are my
See, Matt, I think one of the main reasons we function so well under stress is because I think it's at least three to two of us. At least I know KJ and myself. We have literal tables set up for when the stressful situations
hold on.
happen.
There's
I
Yeah,
now
we
need
may
to-
not
three.
know
I
what's
need
going to
to-
happen,
There's
but at least the
now
dice are going to
three.
tell us.
All
It's
the
a
snacks.
thing.
It's just the talk show episode, and
I'm
there are
hungry.
emotional support snacks.
I'm
We
hungry.
You
need
never know.
emotional support snacks.
You never know.
Oh, I'm so happy.
And they've got a
I'm
teddy
so-
bear behind them. What are you gonna do?
One of the there were several things. This dimension was this dimension had so many things.
This dimension had
So
everything.
it was chaos. Borrow had a moment where someone showed to them how a fire weapon works, and
I believe
someone-
at his request too, he was
Because
like,
he's
"If this is
restrained-
what I'm dealing with, this is what I need to know." And they're like,
Yes.
"All right, cool. Let me pop off a few rounds of the gun
yes,
range."
and someone shot
With
a
Clucky.
fire weapon in a training ground next to Borrow, who uses his hearing as his way to navigate. And it was the first time in a long, long time that Borrow felt himself blind, like actually blind. So it was a very intense moment, but that paled compared to what came later, when
He tried.
suddenly Borrow started to look for the robot child, because they
Where's the
seem to
robot?
be nowhere to be found. And so they went on to look for Petrichor in this stronghold place. And Glucky was there, and Borrow was there, and everybody's there. And at one point, they go through a door, and they find laying on a table, they find Petrichor dismantled.
Oof.
And just a moment after, Borrow catches the sound of a voice of a child nearby, and then he proceeds to follow in that direction while Clucky is losing his head, ready to smash all the people, ready to just bring this apocalypse to have 0 survivors.
Those poor, just regular fucking doctors and scientists that
It
are just
wasn't-
doing their thing.
Okay,
mhm.
but it
Like the end of
It
And
wasn't
this
Clucky.
chicken is about to murder them.
No, it wasn't Clucky. That was Xanthi. Clucky was in
Really?
a fugue state because he was reliving memories.
Yes,
Yeah,
Clucky
Clucky was
was
trying to put Petrichor back together.
Yeah.
Xanthi was trying to protect the child that was curled up in the corner, surrounded by fucking
Yeah.
white coat doctors, as Xanthi's having fucking flashbacks.
It was very Joel at the end of the Last of Us in the beginning of the
Yeah.
first game.
Yeah.
and so
There's
Borrow
three people who are Joel.
Borrow's sensitivity and insightfulness led him to think that perhaps this child had something to do with Petrichor. And that's how they got to meet Riley.
That wasn't until a
Actually, no,
long
that was-
time later.
That was later.
A while later.
That was a while later. They got to meet Petrichor now as a human child. For
In the
they have been
apocalypse.
transferred to a physical mortal body, where
All
now
right, everybody,
they were.
real quick, everybody change your brain chemistry.
Yeah,
for
we're
the
gonna-
little child in the
Brain chemistries
In
were
the
altered that day.
Oh Lord!
So much brain chemistry alteration.
So
And
I
they-
gotta say,
those
watching
chemistries will
that
never be the
episode,
same.
and
Protect
watching
the
all
baby.
of their faces contort and twist in trying to understand just the very what is going on of this entire thing, as KJ has the worst poker face of trying to hide the shit-eating grin that they are so proud of this moment they're
Okay,
delivering.
but a little bit of context for that moment.
Yeah.
The original concept of Petrichor becoming human was not a thing. It was not in the plans until I did a what if Petrichor was human drawing with Borrow, and that kind of sparked the idea.
Maybe not in your plans.
In my head, that's what
To be
sparked.
fair,
Real
to be fair,
boy.
a majority of this entire game that, from what I've seen, is Matt's allowance of when a spur of the moment inspired idea comes to us about a realization about our character. If it's strong enough of a choice, he fucking goes with it and then
Yeah.
just lets us all build from there.
It
and
was
then it's
insane
amazing.
that you let it happen so fast, because we had talked about it literally the session before we entered post-apocalyptic America, and then we got
Yes.
there and I'm like, you motherfucker.
Well, that's the whole thing, because you just messaged me out of nowhere. You're like, well, like hypothetically, out of nowhere, just you know, as a like a thought experiment, Matt. If there's ever like a chance for Petrichor to become human, like that might be a thing that we might do. Like that we can explore that. It's like it's even a remote possibility. And I'm looking at the fucking list of dimensions going, they're about to be in post-apocalyptic America where there is like pseudoscience and all kinds of other shit, just going, uh-huh.
Yep.
I will say that whole entire scene had like everybody, myself included, absolutely shooketh to the core.
Oh, yeah.
Like
I like how I was eating.
I was
then I
emotionally
You had to stop
distressed.
eating because I stressed you out that much.
Tarzan was
was-
eating during a stream? No.
I was so stressed that I stopped
Oh.
eating. I picked a bald spot into my fucking beard, and I shaved my face the next day because of it, because I was so stressed that I started picking a bald spot.
I will take a moment just to bring up that I don't know how you fucks do it. Now, like I said, this was inspired by a one-page dungeon submission. And so the 12 spots on the dial and like their little sort of prompts that I've turned into 12 different dimensions, they were all set. They've been set since before session 0. And the fact that, like, I swear to God, with a month to go before we change dimensions, I swear each and every one of you has like just thrown something out there as like an idea, and it's the next fucking dimension. Like every goddamn
That hive
time,
mind, man.
up
Big
to
man.
and including the next dimension you guys are about to go to.
Right.
Wait.
Yeah.
So what kind of shit did we predict
Well,
with this?
that'll be part of the questions later.
Yeah, we'll get to
Yes.
that. Another
we'll get
big
to that.
thing. Another big thing that happened in this dimension actually was that this dimension had no magic,
Nope.
and one of our members was a reborn character who was brought back to life by the Maiden of Pain, Loviatar. And so at one point, Loviatar basically just stopped functioning. And he was kept on a table on like a little gurney where he was unconscious. And we kind of had the sense of, well, there's no magic here, so Loviatar cannot get to him, but also there's no magic here, so he may not, we don't know how long he has in order for him to be able to sustain himself as what he is. So that was another moment where when we decided, so we took on a mission from the leadership of the castle where they asked us to find, I don't remember, we were supposed to retrieve and locate a particular big source of power, of nuclear power, that was in the outskirts, away from the castle. There were two other factions that we were introduced to. One of them being like the rebels of the world, and the other one being the Children of Light, the
Children of the Glow.
Children of the Glow. Children of the Glow being told to us they were these weird, secluded fanatics, if you will. And the rebels being, you know, the freedom fighters, I suppose, whom we got to encounter during a confrontation. And I'm going to also say that it was, Barrow already had, from Barrow's perspective, Barrow already had developed a sense of curiosity and interest with Petrichor, because to bring information about Barrow, his way of life is all about following the wind wherever the wind takes him, and he believes that he ends up where he ends up for a reason. And when he began to know Petrichor, he started to feel as though part of the reason for him being in that adventure with that group was to be there present to see the introduction of the concept of life and journey to this automaton who had only been alive for a very short period of time. And as that continued to develop and his care for them continued to develop, the turning point of Petrichor becoming human sort of brought a whole new level of realization and concern where now he was it really altered the way that he usually would navigate life in general. Like now it became way more personal.
It's a child.
It's a literal child in the apocalypse that changes brain chemistry. And
In fact, that is my fucking tag now, is a literal child in the apocalypse.
Yes, to that point. So that was actually one of the things that when it came to, I'll just talk about that later, but things like leveling up and choosing certain things actually started to be chosen because of particular desires or interests in order to protect the child.
Hashtag protect the child.
Hashtag protect the child. So yeah.
Baby.
So at one point we got engaged in a battle with some people from the castle and some unseen targets as well. And that is where we met. Is that when we met?
Kit.
No.
That's when we met Kit.
Kit.
We weren't fighting
Midnight Rider.
the militia from the castle. We encountered the Crow militia, and that's when we were getting shot at.
Two members from the castle were escorting us.
Right.
And they got taken out during that fight.
Yes.
By Kit.
Yeah.
By
Because
Kit.
it's a badass.
Yes.
And
And so instead of engaging in combat, we chose dialogue. And the dialogue led to us learning more and understanding more about the crows. And then we were taken to one of their haven locations in the
I
wilderness.
think it was called the Crow's Nest.
The crow's
Yes.
nest.
We
Yes.
learned we just can't trust the government.
And in the crow's nest where we were,
Surprise.
there were some very wholesome moments with Petrichor, because that was the first time that Petrichor got to not only as a child got to then interact also and play with other children.
It was the first time I
And-
smelled food and ate food too.
Yes, that was the first time that they felt hunger and got to eat as well.
How was
Um,
that trying to describe hunger to someone who doesn't know what that feels like, Matt?
It's so I'll admit I had a little bit of help from Victor because having to describe things without using sight, like it's now I have to look at things and like catch myself as I'm thinking of words and go, nope, can't say that, and have to think of like synonyms and other possible point of views on what it might be, and just like basically put little buzzwords on things that I can't say. So in that moment, it's like, general, you're hungry. Well, you can't say hungry. They don't know what hunger is. What is hunger? It's it's a feeling you have in your stomach. So they could feel things, but stomach, torso, not stomach. Stomach's not a thing that they had before. So it's a feeling that it's unpleasant. It's uncomfortable. It's just this sort of feeling inside where you feel empty, and you as a player go, we're hungry.
I think I didn't even realize what you were trying to describe, but Tarzan said, "Oh, they're hungry," and then it clicked for me.
I don't know why. I always the scene that pops in my head whenever I think of that scene is the scene from Little Nicky where it's the dog describing to Little Nicky how to eat Popeye's
Tilt
fried
your
chicken.
head back and let the meat slide down your throat.
You take a bite and
I hate
you let the meat slide down your throat hole.
I hate it. I hate it so much.
Such a weird product placement in that
And that's
movie.
what they tried to do, and then they
Popeye's
almost died.
chicken is the shiznit.
Yeah, Popeye's chicken like saves hell in like in that movie.
No, actually, that's not what saved hell. It was covering what's his face in bees. I can't remember
Yeah.
who.
Anyways.
But
I will say, taking a moment to go back, one moment that I think we were all very much enjoyed during the interrogations was Clucky's interrogation. I think was one of
Yes,
my
and
favorite
yes,
parts.
yes,
Because
the yes and no buttons.
they get it. They got the chicken, the giant barbarian chicken. They got him a yes and no button. But it was also the fact where he literally stood up from the chair, from the
And
table that
tried
he
to-
was chained to, and
Handcuffed.
he just yanked the whole goddamn thing. Like, oh, we're going to okay, where we go? And
Yeah,
he
it's
He
like
didn't
Superman.
actually
He didn't
break
actually
out.
do
Almost.
it.
And
But
the
it did
poor
bend.
little ginger fellow who was,
It was-
terrified.
I said a DC and he Tarzan just missed it. So I was like, you just go to walk and like you hear that sound, you look back and that the bar is bent. And in my head, I'm just like, not only does Clucky would probably look at this and be like, oh, I could probably break this. The poor fucking private is fucking looking at this going, he can break this. I just fucking left.
Furiously
Like
writing.
Imagine if Clucky was raging in that moment.
I'm so thankful that he wasn't. Depending on the
If
conversation,
he had
could
rolled
have
that
been.
20, it would have been like Man of Steel, where he just like gets up and like, okay, this
Yeah,
interview's
just-
over.
Yeah. I think I've been very nice to you all. Bang.
Oh my lord!
Time to let me back with my roost.
So throughout, it was through the Crows people that we actually got to meet a sniper individual by the name of Crow, who joined us and took us on a journey as well to find the Children of the Glow and their source. We also learned that this particular thing that we were looking for was very potent. The government wanted it, and the Crow's Nest was telling us that probably wasn't a good idea for the government to have it. And so we sort of came to the conclusion of perhaps neither group should have it. And we embarked on a journey where we got to meet these people who had been worshiping this warhead thing, emitting radiation in the middle of this lake river. And they told us that in order to see if the glow, we were worthy of it, we had to submerge ourselves into the waters. And
Just your basic
God.
everyday cult stuff.
I remember the flashback that Barrow had as a trial.
yes, and so when each character went into the water to try and get to the location where the power source was, they all went through a sort of vision or flashback. And Barrow's particularly was actually one where he got to see Petrichor. And in this vision, for the first time, Barrow actually got to look at Petrichor in the eye, smile, and say, I love you.
It was not I love you, but it was close. I've gone back and watched it. You didn't say I love you, but you
What did
said something. You said I relearned loving another because of you.
Okay. Semantics.
Yeah,
but
I
yes.
remember that.
Basically the same thing.
Semantics, but it's like he didn't say I love you, he just said I hadn't loved before and now I kind of am.
Yeah.
Well, considering that Barrow is a father figure, it's very difficult for fathers to say "I love you" stereotypically.
Smash.
Stereotypically.
Not
Absolutely.
me; I say that shit all the time. But
Yes. So we all had our visions. We got to the power source, and then we used the crystal of our travels and absorbed the energy from the power source, which
That's not true.
Gave Clucky
We
God
didn't do it yet.
complex.
We didn't
Oh,
do it yet.
we
Because
didn't
I
do it.
carried it in my bag, clear back, because we got in trouble with the military later on.
you guys could
Because
not.
Scree had the
absorb it.
crystal.
Yes,
Yes.
Scree had the crystal. Scree took the crystal and
We took the
absconded.
power core.
Me and
Yeah.
Scree
So
had a
we're,
little
Hardcore.
we're
conversation.
going to
Right.
be an entire TikTok series of just KJ rattling off a recap in
I
like a
could
minute or
talk
less.
about this so much. It would be way longer than a minute. Are you kidding?
Well, no, I know you'd have to be a multi-part series, but I would
Yes.
love to see you talk as fast as possible to see how quickly.
You
can
know
go.
what? Now I want to do this. I'm gonna make a
Right.
note of it.
But we didn't get to the nuke before you guys gave Clucky a god complex, and
It's
made him
because
think he could
not
walk
all
on
of us
water.
did trials. Not all of us did trials because it was Petrichor's turn, and I was like, "Fuck this! I have water walk," and so I cast it on all of us, and we all just walked across the damn
Fuck
lake.
this
Walking on
bullshit
nuclear
water
That's not what happened.
Yeah,
Clucky
that
was in
is.
the
That's
water.
water walk. No,
Yes,
that may have
I
been your
did.
plan. No, you did not.
I texted you saying that I casted water walk.
But you didn't need to because Clucky
Well,
got you
I
all
didn't
to
say
hold
that.
hands and walk through the river as it parted like the Red Sea.
But water walk did come into play because water walk is what propelled us all from the water, which is why, and due to that adverse reaction, they thought, the people of the glow thought, that we were like destined and chosen and blah blah blah. You know, the crazy other cult
No,
shit thing. and
Clucky
we
was the
rolled with it.
only one that was propelled out of the water. And
Well, that was due to water walk. I do
No, it
remember
wasn't.
that. It wasn't?
no,
He went before Petrichor did. Anyways,
Clucky was the
continue.
only one that was propelled out of the water. 'Cause
Oh, Matt's not thinking; he's stuck.
Oh yeah, he's
no,
there. He
there
is.
he is.
Oh, okay.
Bottom line
Clucky-
is,
Yeah.
because we didn't have the crystal, we actually had to take the power source from this thing, which did not sit well with the children of the glow because we
with
were
the
kinda
COG.
taking-
Yeah, Micah did not like
COG.
us. Micah
Yes.
did not like us.
They did not like that, which surprisingly it didn't go as terrible as I was
Yeah.
expecting. I
They
thought we were
did
gonna
end
have
up
to.
being demon worshippers. That's pretty bad.
I think the reason it didn't go as bad as it did is because there were 2 successful persuasion checks.
Pretty much.
I think all
Yeah.
from Borrow, yeah.
Yeah, and so we managed to make our way from the children of the glow to make our way back to our location, and on that journey some scavengers were
We were also
making their
taking
way
radiation
to us.
poisoning.
We fought some wild animals as well that had some radiation, so every
Lions
time
and
that you
tigers
got
and bears
close
and
to them
lions.
you had to roll to not get poisoned.
No,
But-
we were getting poisoning from the nuclear core.
Yeah, but we also this was
All
also
of the above.
all of the above. All of these things happened, but it was the fight against the ravagers or scavengers that really put us in a very tight spot, because it was that time during that battle and that chaos that Petrichor sort of just went like, be right back, BRB.
Personality shift.
BRB.
Let me just I will return at this time on the clock.
Please leave a
Um,
message after the beep.
Clucky almost
And
became a suicide bomber.
Clocky almost became a suicide bomber. He's trying to find the grenade.
I
Yeah.
loved it.
Oh my god. How did I
Oh
think
my god.
wasn't Xanthe the
Crow-
one who found the
Crow-
grenade? No, it was
Crow
Crow.
saved him.
Crow saved him because he failed every single
Crow-
time. He wasn't aware.
Crow searching Clucky as Clucky was about ready to fight Crow
No,
for
no, no, no,
stealing
no.
his kill.
No, Xanthe was the one who saw the fucking grenade because she turned to Crow and goes, "Is Clucky laying an egg?" And Crow grabbed the grenade and fucking threw it. I remember that specifically.
As Clucky is just in his face, like, "You took my fucking kill, you son of a bitch."
Yes. That fight also came with its price,
Yep.
because Kit was taken during that.
Kit wasn't taken. Kit's brother died. He
Yeah.
was one of the
brother
raiders.
died. Kit's brother died. And Petrichor, when Barrow went to look for Petrichor and got to them, he came to realize that the person he was speaking to was actually not Petrichor,
Dun, dun,
but instead
dun.
a child by the name of Riley, who was the former owner or sole owner of that particular individual in the past. And so now the party found themselves not only having a literal child in the apocalypse with the ability to change their brain chemistry, but the child having two different identities.
Mhm.
Dun dun dun.
And during that time, Barrow went to interrogate alongside with Clucky, one of the soldiers who was inside the bus. And they were able to also get one of the helmets that got them in communication with the general. And that was the moment
badass scene.
when Barrow actually asked them, "Who is Riley?"
What
And
happened to the
What
child?
you
nurse,
said
Riley?
is, yeah, you said, what did you do to the child, Riley?
yes, and
Oh,
so
Made a
such
video
a
edit with that
badass
shit, and it was so good.
moment.
and I remember that at that point, Barrow's more somber form sort of took over in a sense,
Smash.
and it was very clear that they were not going to be returning the power source to these people. And actually, Barrow then handed over the helmet to Clucky for him to smash it.
Smash!
And I think that was the moment that you found out, got the information that Riley's entire family had been murdered when they got taken.
Yes. And it was after we left that man unconscious in the bus, we later heard a sound and we learned that Kit had actually taken their life because of the loss of her brother. And so we had to make our journey and rush.
Clucky was the one that killed her brother. That's right. Clucky killed her brother, not realizing.
Yeah, because he was one of the guys.
I thought I was gonna get shot. After realizing that, I was like, "Oh fuck, Kit's gonna kill me."
So it was after that we basically
That's
had to do the
season.
last push to back to the dial. And when we got to that last push, we find ourselves and we encounter the last stand from the castle, which included this sort of futuristic android armor individual that we had to fight while we were stalling and taking time to make sure that Petrichor could actually activate the dial. And Xanthi actually gave us a ring of fire where Barrow actually had to at one point attack and use the attack to jump over the wall so he wouldn't be taking fire damage on a regular basis. And Tarzan, so Clucky and Barrow were able to fight and hold off this individual. And last moment, also someone who showed up to assist was no other than our beloved Lovatar. And it was around this time that the dial was getting ready to transport us, but the defeated android, the voice of the general came through to say, "You think I was going to let you out that easily?" And we heard the countdown of this droid ready to explode. And we had to rush to the dial in a moment where we also had Clucky face a very tough position where they wanted to get back to Lovatar, who, as he was about to join us, heard the voice of Scree calling out to them. And so Lovatar went to get Scree. Clucky found themselves in the middle between the group in the dial and Lovatar and Scree, knowing that he couldn't get to all of them and he had to make a choice. And so as we all gathered by the dial, one of the last things we saw was Scree joining Lovatar. Before
one of the last things you
one of the
saw.
last things was yes.
Oh
And
man,
that was the journey that we had in that particular dimension. That was a pretty intense dimension.
It was
Very
so
somber.
But they mentioned
stressful.
that
We
so
did
so
not
much.
get.
Why?
I think
How about we take, as we wait for Matt to return?
we
How
take
about
a
we
break.
take a little break,
Sure.
and when we come back, we can do the most recent dimension,
Yeah.
and I'll do my best to recap that goings on.
Ew.
And then we can see about having some questions for our lovely DM and from the chat as well.
Yeah,
Sounds
buddy.
good.
Sounds good.
See you in
Sounds
10
good.
minutes.
All right.
I'm back.
Hey,
Welcome back.
Hey, Medicus!
Sorry.
right at the
Spectrum
2-hour mark.
had a planned internet outage, but they did not inform me of the plan. Bastages. But we're back up and running now, so I thank you, Spectrum, for doing that. Anyway, where are we?
Well, Victor just recapped Dimension 5 in a most glorious fashion, of now which I have to follow up with this half-assed attempt at talking about the jungles.
Yes, the sixth dimension, the Jurassic jungle, and because you were NPC in there for part of it, I know you were like watching for a lot of it, but we'll definitely
From
help
the
you out.
perspective of Caliban,
Yes,
this guy was just trying to survive. He was mad at the Storm Lord. He was just, being like, another day, another fucking dinosaur to try and I'm just trying to live. And then out of the sky, these bunch of assholes just show up, ruin his day, and then he's like, "Well, fuck me. Now I got another bunch of people to save." And so he did. And that was the end of it. Moving on. Now, a little like meta backstory for this. I approached Matt maybe like a few weeks before, or yeah, at least like a month before, saying I would love to cameo as a variant because I had just gotten off of watching Loki and I was all about it. And I had this idea. I was like, what would you think about me playing a variant of Dr. Diago in a different dimension? And he's like, it's cool, but I have something planned for that. And I was like, okay, cool, but I would love to be like a variant of.
Could you stop? Could you stop?
Don't worry about it.
No, don't worry about it.
I'm
Don't worry
worried
about
about it.
It may have already happened. You don't know.
Motherfucker.
So we were like kicking back other ideas around, and I had at that point heard so much from Tarzan about Clucky's dad character, and I was like, ooh, what if we did something with this? What if I played a version of his dad? And then Matt brilliantly thought of, okay, you're going to be the version where Clucky died, but the dad lived. And I was like, fuck, that's
Segueing to get the credit full circle. At almost the same time, Tarzan messages me and says, what if somewhere down the line we end up running into the farmer from a dimension where Clucky died?
Yeah.
And I'm just like, all right, here we go.
It all comes together.
So in this particular dimension, our heroes find themselves essentially in a primordial world where, very much like a Jurassic Park scenario, except humans didn't bring back the dinosaurs. They had always just been there, and then they were coexisting for along with them. However, society was, for the most part, unchanged by their own impact, and they were kind of surviving around the fact that dinosaurs existed. And well, it didn't work out too well, as there wasn't much of a society to be found, save for one, for whatever reason, Scottish individual. I still don't know why I chose that. To this day, I was like, whatever voice comes out, that's what I am. And it just happened.
And now, canonically, Clucky is Scottish.
Yeah, and we fought like that. We fought a not a god, but rather a god-like being together initially. We solved a puzzle that Matt made on the fly in that session. I made some strong choices about what this character had in terms of a past, and everybody. And our soldier learned how to make gunpowder out of poop. Um, and Xanthi had a sobering experience in the most literal sense, in that she began the path of her towards her sobriety and more focused magic stylings. Petrichor and Riley, the consciousness, not so much battle, but more of like tug of war, really kind of amped up, and we were introduced more to this mechanic that those two little schemers had created as to who shows up.
It wasn't even Matt. I was just, this
Yeah.
is what I'm using. Have fun.
Well, there you go. That was thrust upon Matt, rather, by a very, very creative KJ, as to who would we be talking to every out of consciousness moment for Pet Rye. Rylacor.
Riley.
Rylacor?
Riley.
Yeah, Rylacor sounds more dinosaur-like. And then you know, Caliban and Clucky began to. Caliban reluctantly formed this relationship with a version of a, you know, a son-like figure that he never met really or knew, because it was a different type of Aarakocra that was in his dimension, but it was the very same type of story. This version of Caliban, who again, this was a name that was revealed. I had the agency to make up the name and kind of the rest of the story of and fill in the blanks of the farmer character that Tarzan had always had in kind of like the back of his mind, which sneakily I basically interviewed him about on an episode of this very show.
Yep.
When I was talking about different characters and what they what they thought about, what they believe to be, not what they canonically know, but what their character would know about.
Right.
And this stupid son of a bitch didn't even realize that I was drilling him for good oil. And so we found out that that Caliban had a daughter named Riley that looked exactly like.
Yeah, you son of a bitch.
That was this alternate version. Not to say that
Riley,
not where I wasn't trying to establish that Riley was related to a chicken man, but rather that in the infinite amount of combinations in these universes that they could go to, that happened to be the one where it was like, well, shit. Now
anchoring point for two different characters,
that I thought I'd never see again, and that's very hard to deal with. That
was a really good anchoring point. I like that.
I did like that, because the main reason I was trying to find out a little bit more about you is because, or rather, the collective you as a party, is I wanted to kind of be like, okay, maybe. I would introduce. I would never push these kinds of things, but I was going to try and introduce some little thing for each of you that I've observed that your character was going through in order to get to that next step of growth. For Clucky, it was being able to be more in control of the anger that he had, that it mechanically was disadvantageous to you, disadvantageous to you. But I wanted to be like, well, let's kind of like make that a bit of a story where you're like, I'm very angry about these things, but it's a very powerful rage. So how can I refocus that to actually save my friends instead of hinder them? Or for Riley and Petrichor, it was kind of like this. I wanted to like see how much of the wisdom of the kid could come out to then be reflected onto the rest of the party, which then tied into the wise man, my fellow friend here. I wanted to see Barrow be able to outwardly express the things that I had watched develop and like just be on the cusp of being able to say, but not quite emotionally available yet to get there. And just being like, well, what if it had actually like just dropped in his lap, where he had to reconcile with the fact that he is essentially truly a father figure to this other kid. And then for Xanthi, when I realized with her just opening up about the trauma and dealing with, you know, a very real choice to be like, well, yeah, I got fucked up by just being existing, so I drank to forget about it, and now it's really starting to hurt me. So I was like, let's see what kind of route we can go with that. And
Sobriety tea.
it was
Oh
a
dear
fun
God.
way of being like, for me, I was like, this I need to give this group a break from their pain for a bit and let them have like that moment of here's that moment in the movie where everyone learns that what they are going through and what's all about them is not a flaw but rather a feature that is actually furthering them into their advancement. Um, and it was fun. It was really, really fun. And then
Yeah.
I got to make Clucky talk for real because that I was like, Tarzan, I love you, but there's no way I'm doing a couple of these things in here and you just caw the whole fucking time. Taking me using up other people's spell slots that they desperately need for other stuff.
And honestly, I feel like it was very much needed to expand on the wholesome cluckiness.
Yeah.
I really
I
loved
got
the
to finally
addition.
like hear you in like the way that you've always heard yourself.
Right.
The essence of clucky.
So Matt told me you're gonna get really you're gonna be like super fucking powerful at this thing. I was like, what are you talking about? And he shows me, yeah, you're gonna wear the belt of stone giants. And I'm like, get the fuck out of here. I was like, you didn't mean when you said strong, I didn't know you meant like brr. And I was like, I don't want anything else. He's like, are you sure? I'm like, I don't need anything else.
Pretty much. Because I went through and I was just like, well, this is kind of like, you know, like a I think low to medium magic setting. So I was like, at this level that you're playing as, you'd have like a rare magic item. You'd have a couple of uncommon
Yeah.
ones. I think that you would also technically qualified for a very rare one. You were just like, no, that's enough.
Yeah.
That is quite literally enough.
To be able to survive in a land of dinosaurs, the belt of stone giants is essentially all I needed.
Isn't it fire giant?
It was one of the giants. It was
So I think that
something.
stone is a lower one. I think it's fire giant
It
strength.
might have been fire, yeah.
You gave Clucky a stone giant belt, I believe.
Whatever it was freaking powerful.
Because my strength currently is a 23 right now.
Yeah.
Fire giant is 26, isn't it? Yeah, stone giant strength.
Yeah.
Oh, there's stone giant.
It was
Okay.
stone giant strength.
Alrighty.
So
That's
I
my
was like,
bad.
all I need is a big sword. The rest of the belt will do the rest.
Yeah.
And then we fought dinosaurs, we had arguments, we killed snakes, we ate snakes.
We fought a god. We fought a goddess, actually.
We fought a goddess.
Yeah, and Petrichor almost became a god.
Xanthi almost died again.
Xanthi did die.
We'll get to that. Because that was the most cinematic moment I've ever played in a game.
My
ever.
God.
And the thing is, it was earned. I felt like it was legitimately earned. So for context, at one point the party had gone away from Caliban camp. This was, I'm going to the first time that he kind of was like, I can't deal with the fact that another version of two people who I felt very close to are just walking around in front of me. So I'm just gonna kind of dip out. Y'all got your bearings. I helped you with the puzzle. You know which way to go. We're cool. And then I told Matt, like, of course I'm fucking coming back. He was like, so they have this fight, and he's like, I'm gonna drop you in at like second round. And I knew, like, as soon as like I heard like, oh, okay, and it's now my favorite clip that I have on my reel of "Back off, you spooky bitch," uh, shining with the sword in hand. Um, Getting to fight alongside this party was so much fun to watch. Like the it's like again a lot of cinematic moments that felt like with this particular arc where when you see like the team like a lot of like superhero films start that way too, where it's like, oh, they don't get along, they start fighting each other, but then they remember from the fight they had against each other how to work together in the ultimate fight. Now with this it was more emotional damage, and then just us taking it out by practically like stomping a curve into a god at one point. Which I mean was great. And again, uh, I had to dip out for a little bit, and that's where you can fill in for the rest. But
So
yeah,
the middle point, canonically in story, Caliban went off to sort of scout ahead, knowing, yeah, we're kind of getting close to the stronghold, should see what's going on. Now, without his belt of giant strength, Caliban was ambushed and taken prisoner in the stronghold. So, depending on how things happened in real life and timing of people being able to stream, there was a chance that you guys running around in the stronghold, you could have found him.
yeah.
However, with real life things happening the way that they did, that opportunity did not arise. Instead, you guys.
I thought you were about to say I was going to find him dead, and I was like, Clucky's going to burn that whole fucking fortress to the ground.
Not again.
I didn't want to do that. That was a thought that I had of like, what
It's
if,
too
what if
cruel.
they just fucking killed him? No, they're not going to do that.
Fucking
But
Clucky
anyway.
would have snapped.
That's when you would have met
Xanthi would have been the least of the issues. We would have had a raging fucking chicken on our hands.
No, the twist I had in my mind was that my Clucky was actually still alive, so you would have fought like an evil dodo bird.
Bro!
I would pay to see that fight. I would pay to see that fight.
So
anyway,
going forward, you guys were traveling through. You started to get more aware of the looming threat on the two looming threats on this island. Number one being the Lord of Storms themselves, introduced themselves as Zazima, as you had a very not tense discussion with him whatsoever. And then the looming threat of the Kerstock Goblin tribe, a somewhat inspired by many cultures that were like around during the early AD kind of era in history, kind of touching on a few things here and there, but big thing, very militaristic, very in tune with magic, and also very here to kill a dragon.
Mm-hmm.
And horrible rogues.
So you guys made it to the encampment. You had a wonderful plan, sort of. Brief mention of Clucky's head game moment where he went into his own mind and y'all got swarmed by goblins and dinosaurs, and everybody technically died for a second. And then Clucky woke up. So you guys
this
had
mission
this
was a lot
plan
of self-discovery for Clucky.
for a lot of people. But yes, very much so Clucky. I believe going into this, as we were talking about a few things, I was like, this is going to be very much so a big Clucky dimension. Just letting you know. And you were like, okay.
So this is actually the dimension where we introduced the PTSD table for Clucky. Was when we started talking about goblins. I was like, goblins is Clucky's very real fucking fear, and he nearly died to these things, and he never really got to address it in the Thexelum dimension.
Slowly but surely.
And it was
This is
entire
when we
party
learn that
will
the
have-
chicken also needs therapy.
Yeah, and it was
slowly but
those
surely the
goblins
whole
that
party
killed
will
you
have.
in my version, where it was like this. It was like a switcheroo. Like instead of the goblins having been killing the farmer, they killed my prize, boy.
Yeah.
My boy!
Oh no!
Father, help.
Don't make it a meme.
Father, help!
Oh, don't make it.
Too bad.
Anyway,
Oh, TikTok, you better watch out.
anyway,
I'm making everybody's problem now.
Oh no, why more?
So you guys did come up with a plan. A couple people infiltrating the fortress, a couple people lying in wait outside, putting forth some beautiful ambushes while everybody started sneaking around. Again, due to real life scheduling issues, that duo mission became a solo mission as Riley ended up having to go off on their own while Crow pulled some enemies away. And then eventually finding what they were tasked to retrieve, which I can now say is a orb of dragon kind.
Yes.
So-
I knew
Captain
exactly
Breakfast.
what it was as like as soon as you started talking about it, it's like, fuck. You son of
This
a
dragon's
bitch.
just being like, there's an artifact and I don't want them to have it, so you're gonna bring it to me so I can destroy it. And,
Son of a bitch. But the fact of it wasn't just any orb of dragon kind.
No,
you bastard.
it wasn't.
No, it wasn't.
You asshole.
It
No,
is
it
like
was not.
if you were playing it wasn't in Greyhawk that it was in originally. I think it was
Dragonlance.
it was in that's right. In Dragonlance, and it was called the particular dragon in question had a different name. It starts with
I
a K
forget.
or something.
Yeah, I forget what her name is.
It
in
sounds
the
like
Dragonlance
Coxix,
game.
but it's not. And it's like a combination of that and khakis. Like I can't
Oh,
quite.
it's like Tarkus or something.
Yeah,
like
it's
that.
very weird.
Yeah.
But if you're a deep lore nerd on these kinds of things, like I am, and obviously Matt is, I'm like biting my pen, like, no. I'm watching that episode, going, "You fools! You fools!"
You fools!
I have to. I wish that I could have seen then the look on your face as fucking Clucky golf ball swings the fucking thing
I'm like,
into the
"You're gonna
forest.
destroy the universe. You don't know what you have wrought."
But until we get there, yes, you recovered this orb. You were pursued by Chieftain Avrak, the now discovered to be high-level war wizard, and
Yeah.
definitely
fucking
inspired by
Christ.
every fucking Japanese anime that I've ever watched in my life. But yes.
Protect my balls.
Oh yeah, we had
Yes,
total, like,
fighting love.
we had like the cell fight. Like
It was definitely a very big
Perfect
moment
cell.
for the party, but being
Bitch,
rescued by Barrow, getting blown up together, and then eventually having this person combo disintegrated and then stabbed by Xanthi. You guys absconded back towards the dial while we had our little two-shot of the Kurstock goblins against Zazima, the Lord of Storms, which,
It was a
might I
fucking
just say,
riot.
I am so happy with how that all went, knowing that, like, I straight up told you guys, like, it's gloves off. I'm actually trying to kill you guys with this fucking dragon. Here's the scenario. Let's go. And the fact that y'all were like, no, We're going to kill this dragon. We have a plan.
And
We talked about this.
sincerely tried. Except for fucking Tarzan.
Thing is, sometimes there are fixed points in time in the universe. Where
That's not a
history-
goddamn fixed point in time, okay? That's just the wrong goddamn dimension where Marvick is a coward. I refuse to believe Marvick is a coward in all dimensions. I refuse to believe
Which
this.
this does remind me, Tarzan, send me your PayPal information. I gotta actually give you that bribe that I promised you. So I get paid tomorrow.
You bastard. You bastard.
I did not. I don't have the funds to bribe Tarzan.
He gets paid in chaos.
Pretty much. But yes,
It was a great time.
through much pain, suffering, and misery, and then also the dragon took damage. I was the one who took the pain, suffering, and misery. Thank you, Victor.
One hell of a headache.
Yeah, that's you know, we have KJ with the tagline "Literal Child in the Apocalypse." Victor now needs the tagline "Literal fucking headache." Oh my god. But yes, the battle ended with almost all of the cursed out goblins decimated, the Lord of
Almost.
Storms retreating to his lair, and
So
Freaking-
here's where I
Fine.
filled in the gaps, and this was kind of done like you told me bare bones. Like, so Calvin's been pretty much like beaten and like used as like a hostage toy by these goblins who turned out to be completely inept. So I was like, I'm just gonna build off of those goblins' failure and just feel like they couldn't finish the job, but they were enough to feel like it was Calvin like kind of having this moment of, hey, look who's come crawling back as soon as Lord of Storms is just like, you look like shit. So the whole thing with Calvin is that he had been blaming the Lord of Storms for all of his problems. And being that he was like, this is the reason that I have no family anymore. This is the reason why, we can't, no one people can survive. He felt like he was cursed because he's the only one who's actually like still living in a terrible, terrible place with nothing else to call his home. So he was just like, fine, I finally found people again to care about. And if you want to survive, let's make a bargain. Dormammu, I come to bargain. And,
Yes.
and the bargain was, I will be your herald if you help me let them get out of this shit that they're in right now. And they were like, and in my mind, the Lord of Storms was like, I will do anything to get these people off my dimension.
pretty much.
Please. It was like, we'll truce, we'll be fine. I'll give you the power you need to help them, but that's about as much as I can do. And I was like, fine, cool, we'll do this. And in my head, it's like Thor coming back in Infinity War. And I gave Matt that gift where it's just like, shows up lightning. Exactly. Coming with Stormbreaker. And
this is my friend
Smash.
Chicken.
yeah,
I
exactly. Instead of a walking tree, I had a walking chicken. As my so it was weird because Matt tells me, okay, you're coming in the second round. And it was almost like, am I going to repeat my moment that I had where I stopped KJ's character from dying again? Because you had gone unconscious at that point. And you were thankfully brought back up. I was like, oh, okay, cool. I did not want like a repeat of the same story beat, even though I changed his demeanor so that he was less like, smart aleck and more like, all right, this is time to fucking get real. And we fought a lot, and then, oh boy. So Xanthi at this point had become a very powerful sorceress, and in that part,
Also
before
a
this
very
battle,
mouthy sorceress.
it had been revealed through, was it Riley or Petrichor that was revealed? the truth about the orb?
Petrichor.
It was Petrichor.
Petrichor was revealed that the truth about with this orb of dragonkind was actually containing an aspect Tiamat. Yes, the very same. Because as soon as you started, like, I was like, I'm waiting for it. Like, Matt starts describing the one head of the dragon,
As soon as
following
he
up with a
said a
different colored head
second
dragon,
head, I was
and
like,
then another, and I'm like, God damn it, here we go. Here we fucking go.
See, I find it really funny because like y'all are very aware of like D&D lore, and I'm just sitting here like la 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 la, like just kind of going through this, and I'm just like, oh, this is a dragon with a bunch of heads, and they're like, oh, this is like the lord or the goddess of all evil dragons. I'm just like, oh.
Even though I don't like this very popular YouTube thing, the way that you said that was very much so the tone of it's a Leopardon, Charlie. Like
Yeah.
that's how it sounded.
Yeah.
when we talked about
Leopardon,
the
Charlie, magical Leopardon. It'll help us guide the way to Candy Mountain.
I would love to have that feeling of knowing what it's like to experience seeing this terrifying thing for the first time again. It's been so much fun to watch through the eyes of people who've never seen this kind of stuff before.
Yeah.
So
just
again,
the
at some
amount of
point,
serotonin that I had watching this group of people just melt
yeah,
as I am making this description of like we are undone, we are in over our head.
I thought it was like
we have made the wrong decisions, like probably a few of them, at least one.
We're all gonna go. Well, I'm pulling a Marbeck. Bye.
yeah.
Marbeck had the right idea.
Yeah.
Hashtag Marbeck was right.
At this point, we're not using the word retreat anymore.
No,
From now on, we're using Marbeck as a
We're
verb.
pulling a Marbeck.
yep. Just made a choice. Made a very strong choice. So our
A
sorceress,
Marbeck maneuver.
our sorceress in her infinite wisdom, and by far one of the most baller moves, just said, you know what, fuck this, and disintegrates the orb of dragonkind, thus depowering by a big fucking amount the concentrated energy that our enemy was using to essentially like take on the powers of this god of dragons. And then that villain decided to say, hold my beer.
Oh my god, you had to put it that way, didn't you?
Canonically, he said in a combination of goblinoid and draconic, you dirty fucking witch.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And she responded with, I am much worse than that.
Yeah. Well,
Ever,
it's
like
hard
I
to
said,
reply
powerful
when you're
sorceress
dust.
and also a powerful mouth.
So after a few occasions of Taylor learning what that dragon breath is not a spell and can't be countered, don't worry, it happens to all of us.
I tried like
Above
8
the
times.
board.
Here's the thing, I will
If there
say
was
this.
a spell, it wasn't dragon breath. It was actually the 7th level spell, draconic transformation, that it had going. And yes, you cannot counterspell a spell in motion. You could have dispelled it,
Dispelled. Oh yeah.
but that would have been an
this is where
action.
the education of a sorceress learning their powers becomes a great part of like the actual story in like a meta way. It was fun how it like kind of worked out that way, where it's just like, I'm so powerful, why can't I just turn off their magic? And it's just like, sometimes the weave just doesn't work that way, and no matter what you try to manipulate, like sometimes the will to be more powerful can sometimes actually work that way, where in reality it was like, by law, these rules just don't quite apply.
I gotta
Xanthi
say-
has like a really bad case. If I could totally fucking do that syndrome, and like she tries to roll with
The thing
it.
is,
I have to
Doesn't
say,
work.
given that whole dynamic of Taylor trying to cast counterspell on this this spell, Matt, the fact that you gave her the grace of not taking away her spell slots for attempting to do this over and over again, it was really
very thoughtful and
kind of you.
considerate.
Yes. Thank you. It was a learning experience, and
we easily just had her waste the spell slots. But she died anyway because she got disintegrated.
Ironically, because
Oh,
she cast counterspell
dear.
and did not succeed.
That delivery was just perfect. It was like, oh yeah, but she got died because okay, fuck.
Oh,
So fucking brutal.
wow.
Oh my god.
So Xanthi, our sorceress, became a pile of dust.
Got the Thanos
And we were all visibly shook, shocked, and
sobbing.
we had to really think we're still in initiative. How the fuck are we doing this? And we held that fucker down. It was grappled, stomped, coming down with beating, just like, you motherfucker.
That's one of those moments where I was very, very glad that my dice did not fail me.
Oh,
Dude,
yeah.
the fact that Borrow drew his fucking sword had me fucking wrecked.
Yes. You want to talk about
oh my
full
god,
circle narratives,
But not just that, the fact that Borrow drew an actual sharp weapon for the first time in this dimension.
Yeah.
But the fact that when Xanthi died, he actually sheathed it and he went back to just his punches.
Yeah.
He just went back to bases, and he wanted it to be raw.
personal.
And I was so glad that the dice did not let me down in that instance, because in one of the previous ones I failed all 4 strikes, which was just embarrassing.
Well, his
But I
AC was insanely high too.
About it, there was nothing strategic. There was nothing maneuverable about it. It wasn't like, I'm going to use telekinesis to throw him up in the air, and then you can throw lightning. But no, it was just, get that fucker down here, hold him down, and we are going to beat the living shit out of him.
And the dice really let the story fucking unravel with that. Oh my god. Because what I will say, it would be super embarrassing. One of your party members die, and then you roll nat ones on every single hit you try to get.
But at the same time, it would have felt like, well, of course they're missing or not making contact as much as they want to, because they just saw their friend turn to ash.
Yeah,
definitely.
So, it could have gone either way.
Having to describe how Borrow felt the passing of Xanthi has become one of my favorite narratives.
Dude, not hearing her heartbeat. Fucking
heartbreaking.
I would like to back up for a second because the second that it happened, of course it was emotional, oh shit, this fucking happened.
Yeah.
But there was a moment where people were kind of taking it in holy crap. And I think it was Tarzan, I'm not sure, that said, okay, Xanthi's unconscious. And there is a silence afterwards.
Yeah.
And it hurt me to have to say, no, she's not.
No.
Yeah.
And then watch everybody just oh, fuck.
Because when you
disintegrate.
When you described the same silver or green line, and I failed my fucking saving throw, I'm sitting here, I'm just like, Xanthi's gonna die, and there is no fucking body that is going to remain.
That whole moment got worse because after saying Xanthi's explaining it's disintegrate, you don't fall unconscious, you get disintegrated.
Yeah.
There's a moment and everybody sits there, and then Taylor, you just go, Xanthi's gone, with a smirk on your face. And then you broke down and you could not mute your mic fast enough.
Yeah.
And that's the point that I was like, that's the part that broke me. It was like, nope, that's it.
And then we all pulled out those all desperate maneuvers, fucking Calvin prayed. Everyone was willing to give up something.
What broke me so much was that once again, a party member's gone or down, and Petrichor wasn't there.
Yeah,
Oh.
you keep
Throughout-
avoiding death in the worst ways.
Throughout this entire story, there have been so many times, right from the beginning, with Xanthi falling under the ice and Petrichor was on the other
Couldn't
side of the lake.
Do anything
Could
because I didn't have the range.
Didn't have
Ultimately,
you.
there will, I hope, ultimately there is a moment where KJ's character will be able to have agency over the situation and get to make a choice about what to do in that. But what's going
If
to be
anything
fun
happens
about
to
it,
that baby, I'm going to burn the whole world to the
that's the
ground.
thing is what's fun about it is that this will be the first time that they ever had the opportunity to make a choice about something so high stakes because it was either completely out of their control or they weren't there to even be part of it. So good luck with that one, kiddo.
Oh, God.
Happening.
Man, I hope that situation is with Baro. Just saying.
Don't say that. Don't say that.
I'm calling it. I'm fucking
I think
calling it.
I think it's gonna be down between.
Matt, don't you dare. Matt, stop
What?
it right now. Stop it right now.
Matt's rolling dice.
He's certainly
over, like,
not crossing off
No,
notes
he
and writing
collected
whatever
the
it is these
pen and
days.
then started writing. Well, the funny thing is, Victor and I have actually
Well, I will
talked
say
about
this.
something like that.
As we sum this up, I will. One thing is, I hope that the decision is actually down between Petrichor and Riley. That's just, I think, fun. The
probably
other thing
will.
is that with the desperate maneuver and then the calling in the favors and everything that we were trying to do, the scene that you built, Matt, around Xanthi in the afterlife, and Taylor, you
Do not me build. I asked Taylor.
No, I know, but
Where
that's what I'm
does
saying,
Xanthi
like,
go?
you set that up for her, and then Taylor just painted this picture that was so gorgeous to listen to, and then the whole thing of just I want to go home
Yeah.
got me,
That-
gutted
that
me.
My
monologue,
15
yeah.
years of
Gutted me.
roleplay and improv paid off there.
It
Like,
was
I got
amazing.
hit twice.
And to have you come
because-
back in that way was such a wonderful, nice moment because it was the very subtle symbology that was there from each particular member deciding to hold a certain member's hand. Calvin reaching out to Clucky and calling him son for the first time. Baro being that parent role finally for Petrichor and Riley, and guiding her to this, and then Riley and Clucky having kind of like this familial understanding of each other, knowing in the severity of what was going on. It was so poetic and so beautiful.
well, if you want to speak about poetic, when you're talking about the connection of everyone holding each other's hands, the way that I really see it, especially with the party's connection with Xanthi, is the party was calling Xanthi home.
Yeah,
And
yeah, because
it was,
they absolutely happened.
and the thing is that
There's no question.
Xanthi, she doesn't really, she's not really close to like anyone in particular.
Right.
She is just at home with the party because despite the fact that she is a traumatized psychotic bitch who likes to set shit on fire, and whether they be other
And then
party
there's Xanthi.
members or otherwise, they still are doing anything they can to accept her, and that is something that she has never had. And like, I was gonna let the dice roll to see if Xanthi wanted to come back or not, but as
It was
soon as
Clucky's voice that you heard, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
as soon as Matt said
Jesus.
that she heard Clucky in the distance, and I always like, it's the fact that Clucky again is the one who kind of breaks her out of her psychosis. I'm just kind of like, Xanthi wants to go back home, and it was like, Jesus,
And then
Christ.
nothing bad happened ever again.
If I may,
right,
once
Matt?
again bring the story full circle. 2 times in this campaign, the party surrounded Xanthi to bring her back. The first time being the cuddle pile in the first dimension,
Mhm.
and then again to literally help bring her back to life.
And now there's going to be a whole new type of Xanthi, which is going to be, I'm very, very excited to play because I have
Lightning Xanthi.
Well, the thing is, I've kind of, and I'm gonna go ahead and just kind of break this down. It's just, Xanthi is kind of let go of the flames of rage, and I think she's taking on this electricity as a way of giving herself a new life and bringing energy to things instead of destroying them.
I think Xanthi's journey is going to be shocking.
Straight to jail. Straight to jail.
I will say this though.
I go to jail. I take myself to jail. I take myself to jail.
Bardic inspiration.
Soon, but I just want to say this: this adventure, first of all, being part of this channel has been an absolute blessing to me. You have all allowed me to creatively express myself in ways that I've always loved and dreamed of doing, whether it's putting titles together or it just gathering music or whatever it may be, graphics or every being able to play alongside you. Absolutely, just it is a privilege that I do not take lightly, and in a time where these games help really cope with things, like that's had always been my thing with performance. Has always been my way of being cathartic, and the moments that I've had to share in these games, it's just been such a treasure and such a wonderful feeling of being able to, at the end of the day, I just love to tell a good fucking story. And I've gotten the chance to do that with all of you, and I cannot wait to continue doing that because in 2 weeks, What Cares is Eberron returns, bitches.
Yeah!
I'm so very excited.
That was
which I need to put a time off request for that.
Was open. But I will say that I'm very happy to be continuing these stories with you, and I will continue to help in whatever way I can because this is a found family that I'm very fond of. And all because Victor asked me one time, "Hey, do you want to come play D&D with me and a couple of people on this Discord?"
I mean, dude, same.
And that's all it took. And I was so happy.
Honestly,
now,
Isaac putting the server together and everything that it has become, stemming from him just being like, "Yo, I just want a place to play D&D." Isaac, you have changed so much over this past year and a half that we've all been together just from doing that.
And it's been such a great just return to all the things that I've always loved to do, now concentrated in this one thing that is just has become my second life, and I am very much appreciative to all of you for that, and to everyone who watches these things too, because people have told me they've seen oh wow, yeah, games you guys put together, there's really good fucking games, and I'm like, yeah, they're pretty good people.
Yeah.
So thank you all, and don't stay up too late, Matt. It's
Don't tell me how to live my life.
You're not my supervisor.
I actually did all by 5 minutes. Was that was the buffer for me oversleeping today? That's how much time I had to get ready and leave the house.
But I love you all, and I will continue to enjoy the adventures we are going to be taking together in the future. So thank you, everybody.
Love you too, Michael. We cannot wait for Frontiers of Eberron to start up again.
I cannot wait to get rich so I can actually be able to be part of Eberron.
We will find a way. There's things that are kind of all being jumbled around at the moment there. It's just kind of a story will take place in 2 weeks. What that story will be is going to be very interesting. But it won't certainly be a rocks fall, everyone dies. Maybe. Some.
Alfie is involved,
but not everyone. All right.
Yeah.
Wow.
Note to self.
Hi, Michael.
Good night,
Michael. Good night, Mike.
Thank you for coming.
I do gotta say though, the fact that you turned a one-page dungeon, Matt, into a full-blown campaign with very intricate worlds incorporated into each dimension is fucking mind-blowing, dude.
We can see how much passion you put into every single session, and I can't help but just be extremely blessed to be able to learn from you guys, and also just to be able to play with you guys. Like, this is the best way for me to start off with D&D, and I can't help but just be very grateful for it.
It's definitely
honored that this is one of your first Dungeons and Dragons experiences. I'm honored to have this journey with all of you, and I cannot wait for you guys to see what is in store next.
Neither can we.
Which brings me to I was going to save this for the sign-off question, but this is a perfect segue. I am going to go around, and I want everybody. There are 6 dimensions left to explore. What does everybody think the overall theme is going to be for at least one dimension? Everybody can make one guess. So, KJ, what do you think one of the dimensions is going to be? And here's the thing, like, there's no way that it's art. I've said it before. It's already set in stone, or rather a Google Doc, but it's the way that it's going to be. So whether you're right or not, or where it ends up happening, we're going to find out.
So I haven't ever thought about like what each dimension is going to be like, just what might happen in some of them. And I know for a fact one element that will happen, because we've talked about it and that it will be explored in the future, which is diving more into the relationship between Petrichor and Riley and the Raven Queen and how that works. Because even though Petrichor is by definition a cleric, they don't worship. They're not, there's no legitimate like devotion or like anything like that there. There's not really faith. So like getting to sit and explore how that works, how it'll change if they'll continue to be a cleric as thing goes on. Like, will it get to a point where, because there's not a like devotion or a faith-filled something, do they lose their cleric abilities? A lot of things like that I've thought, like, we're going to find out eventually.
We are going to find out. So, well, as an event, something to deepen the connection with the Raven Queen. Would you like to at least throw a dart at the board and see if something sticks for a potential theme? I mean, you have 6 chances to be right.
Yes, but you also know how my brain works, and so there's 1,000 different options instead of just looking 6.
So then, like pick one that you would be like the most excited of. If there was and like here, just like as a brief thing, like if I had to 1-sentence theme all of them, there's the prime plane, there is covered in ice, there is everything's a jungle. There is
fire.
Fiery domain. There is literal post-apocalypse America. And then there is dinosaurs.
And next is a city.
Just because it's the first thing my brain thought of. And we've already touched on post-apocalyptic America. So why the fuck not space?
Why the fuck not space? Because Victor is supposed to be running Spelljammer. That's why.
Does it mean that we cannot find ourselves in a Spelljammer situation for a dimension here?
We're gonna put Clucky in space.
Why not?
Why not?
Why not?
All right, Taylor.
Clucky's gonna die.
Taylor, if you would like to venture a guess.
So, I have 2 ideas. I have one that's pretty reasonable, and I have another one that could totally be just a crackhead theory. Theory number 1. I'm thinking an underwater dimension, like an Atlantis.
Ooh, yeah.
Theory number 2, zombies. And I'm gonna leave it at that.
Okay.
We had apocalyptic dimension, but that's humanity fucking things over. I want to see body horror and people being fucked over by something that is Mother Nature.
Well, you're in
Beautiful.
nature.
Okay, so we had Clucky in space. Now we have Zombie Clucky.
That's even more terrifying.
The undead fowl.
Just because I want to see a squirm, since we're going through all the different iterations of Clucky, I'm going to go to Victor next.
Oh God, what are you guys putting me through?
I definitely, funny enough, the first two that I had in mind were space and underwater.
Hey, put that finger down.
I'm going to say another potential idea is going to be a very, very Dracula Lestrade dimension.
Okay.
I should do that. Next week is next 2 weeks is Halloween. You guys just end up in Barovia, and then we just run through the entirety of Curse of Strahd in one.
Yes.
Oh God.
Jesus Christ.
How Strahd react to a Clucky? That's what I wanted.
The same way he reacts to everybody else.
Another idea that I thought of was floating cities. Similar to the basically they're just there's just rocks, just rocks floating, and so the majority of transportation has to happen with like winged mounts to go from one place to the other. I thought about one that came to mind, but that one, knowing that it's set in stone, I don't know that this would be something that would happen, or it's something that could happen within one of the dimensions, even though it's not the theme of the dimension. But I definitely thought of the potential of a dimension where Borrow meets a version of the temple where he grew up.
Oh.
Ooh.
I want to do that. Like, I want to get to meet different versions of some important aspect of everyone's story, because we've done Xanthi with her captor. We've done Clucky with his farmer. I want all of it.
Other than that, definitely an Underdark. So I can see an Underdark version happening.
So Victor's guesses are, and I will quote, Clucky as a vampire.
Oh God.
Clucky in the sky with diamonds, and Clucky worshiper of Lolth.
Clucky, why did you dye your feathers black?
Emo
oh
Clucky.
My God.
Emo Clucky.
Hey,
oh my God. Oh my God.
Like a raven or a
Cluck,
crow
cluck,
instead of a chicken.
Cluck, 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 cluck.
I will say though, going to a completely this is completely crazy, but because of the fact that I know that we had a modern US dimension, I had the idea also. Two things that came to mind: a musical dimension.
Oh my God! Yes.
In a cartoon dimension.
No.
Oh
No!
my God.
Oh my God!
Oh my God.
Everything is just Toon
A
World.
wonderful day.
So I just imagine the concept where
Yes.
everything in the cartoon dimension is exaggerated and the sounds are not at all threatening. So when Clucky smashes things, it's more like a squeak or some sort of
squeaky.
that kind of stuff.
We would all fucking die.
Anytime you roll in that one, it's just wah, 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 wah.
Yeah.
These
Completely
kids
changed the way the
dropping
game is
1-ton
played.
anvils on us, and we instantly splat because they thought we would just bounce right back, no problem.
But nobody
Everyone
dies
rolls
because
dexterity
cartoon
saving
logic.
throw.
Exactly. We literally get flattened by our things, but we get back up.
I want it. So
Anyway,
bad,
I
though.
could keep going.
No, but there is a certain state where you only can move half speed because you are only two-dimensional.
Yes.
Oh my
Yes, you
God.
turn to
The
the side
paper-
and
the
all
paper
of a sudden you need a
dimension.
new character because you no longer exist.
And then it's just Paper Mario for the rest of the dimension. Paper Mario.
Oh,
my
the other one that I thought about too, that I was like, it could be connected to the Atlantis thing, was pirates.
Yes.
Pirate Clucky.
Absolutely.
Pirate Clucky.
Smash.
Because I definitely the underwater. I thought a lot of merfolk.
No, not
Okay.
Pirate Clucky, Kraken Clucky.
Sure.
The Cluckin'.
The Cluckin'.
Brack!
Release the
Unleash the Cluckin'.
right.
God.
So bring it home for us, sir. Daddy Tarzan. How?
Fuck me.
Do-
You
what
guys
kind of
covered
guess
all the
would
other
you-
aspects I could think of. I had Waterworld saved
Well,
up.
yeah,
And that,
you can double up on one if that's like your for real guess. Like this is what you think is most likely. Then by all means.
let's see. So I'm fully expecting a Waterworld situation. Because we've already experienced a barren so far we've experienced fire, ice, earth, and post-apocalyptic America. So reality.
It is one of
So
the
reality.
The four elements:
The four
fire,
elements.
ice, wind, and
America.
We have yet to experience water.
Violence.
And violence, yes. So we have yet to experience water. I have like a sneaking suspicion there may be some point in time where we'll interact with the wind, the elemental plane of air, because we've already interacted with the fire plane. I have a slightly sneaking suspicion, Thexlin, that pool of water was like a portal to the elemental plane of water. And that's how we were able to charge the crystal from that aspect. So I'm thinking what we can be expecting in the future is, if that wasn't it, then Waterworld would be the access point to the elemental plane of water, and then somehow we find our access to the elemental plane of air. So I think that's how it'll go from here.
Intriguing. I will say that I absolutely love every single guess here. They're all absolutely fantastic, and I guess
Which
we
also
will...
ties into Victor's theory with the floating city. Those cities have to stay afloat somehow. They're accessing the elemental plane of air.
Am I the only one who's concerned that we're gonna end up in a dimension in like the 9 hells where Tiamat is there and be like, "You're the fuckers who destroyed my orb"?
Yeah,
And we're gonna be like,
Don't
"Sorry, we thought you were."
put it out
Listen,
there.
we thought it was the wrong number. It was.
Xanthi's just gonna be like, yeah, bitch, it was
Or
me. Come
Buddhist.
at me, bro, and just like,
Yeah, that's how we know, Taylor, that you don't know who Tiamat is.
what are you gonna do? Send me to hell? I'm already here.
Just gonna eat your soul.
Yeah,
Ah,
there's
beautiful.
so much.
Oh my god.
Oh my god! But yeah, no. This adventure was. I couldn't ask for a better adventure. Coming from our series of of other stories that we started, but never really got to fully explore. I mean, we got introduced to the Orb of Dragonkind in Victor's campaign, Crimson Moon, where Captain Breg pulled it from what's her name?
Balua.
Balua from her little sanctuary underground. Then Isaac's campaign that we ran way back when with Jorva and God, what was
Crimson Moon?
Crimson Moon? But what was your character's name in that one?
Breck.
Breck. No. Oh yeah, no, because
Yeah,
Breck was
Captain Breg, and then there was Breck.
No, that was
in
Crimson.
Crimson
That was
Moon.
Crimson Moon. That was the one that I was running.
Yeah, we're talking
Isaac.
or
Yeah.
the
Oh,
Wait.
is that Grendel?
It was with Fontaine. No,
No.
not Grendel.
No,
It
Fontaine
with
was in
Fontaine.
Victor's.
Yeah, Fontaine was Crimson.
Yeah,
Moon.
that's Holbreck, and that's Breck.
which
Domain
was
of
Crimson Moon.
Darkness.
Shadow. Yeah, Domain of Darkness. That one.
That's
Where
what
I
it was.
played. What's his
We
name?
were both monks.
Yeah,
Wait, no,
Jorva.
are you talking about with Ivory?
Yeah,
Yes.
the
Fire
princess.
Gensei.
Yes.
The princess.
Yeah, the one who demanded to use the bathroom.
Yes.
And then melted a
Fire
guy's
Genasi
face off.
Karen.
Yes.
Where I made one appearance as an elf who kind of fucked off because I couldn't ever play when you guys were playing.
Yeah, no. This whole formation of this channel, 2B Dice, I couldn't ask for a better turnout. Originally starting it off with just streaming it on my personal channel, just because I wanted to become more of a D&D oriented content creator, and then approaching you guys like, hey, do you guys want to form a group with me? Let's bring some fucking joy to this world with our chemistry. This I couldn't have asked for a better turnout because you guys. I look forward to every campaign that we have. I turn to you guys to advice on shit outside of D&D. This relationship that we have, I cherish it out of anything I've had in my direct contact of life. So thank you guys for this. It means a whole lot to me.
Yeah.
We consider you family, Tarzan. Like to me, I feel like we've all kind of become like a family and taking care of each other outside of just like not only taking care of each other in the party, but outside of that. And I'm very grateful for just the connection we've all gotten to have across the whole entire world, from the United States to the UK to New Zealand. It's insane.
Yeah.
I will get a little bit sentimental here, just talking way back to that very first stream where we were just playing, and at some point in time, Tarzan, you just clicked the button, started streaming, and told us after the fact. You apologized, but like to this day, I don't know. I'm pretty sure that I've mentioned it before, but like I do suffer imposter syndrome heavy, like to the point that like even before we go to stream, like even the most recent stream, it's is this actually a good idea? Are they actually having a good time? Whatever the case may be, like am I doing this? Is this ending up being like some sort of fantasy that I'm living in? Why am I doing this? And then one thing that I have to remember going all the way back to that very first time is just me throwing something out there into the wind, seeing if something sticks, and you saying that you had to click the button to start streaming because you felt like people needed to see this.
Mm-hmm.
And I think about that and I go, I am doing something right.
Yeah.
I have to be doing something right, because otherwise he would not have done that. He would not have just been like, no, I am going on Twitch. I am starting the stream right now. Even if 5 people tune in and see what's happening here, people need to see this.
Absolutely.
So, like, from the bottom of my heart to all of you here, to everybody else on the server, whether it has been in one of our stream games, in one of the games that we just played on the server, whether it's just hanging out and chatting and sharing memes, from the bottom of my heart, I love every single one of you. All right, that's me.
Love you guys. This has been a blast. I can't wait. I'm excited to find out if any of our theories for the future.
We haven't even asked any questions.
No, we haven't.
I'm
not trying to sign off. I got at least an hour in me. Fuck my time.
Go. Let's go.
All right. Let's hit some.
This is just the lesson of like next time if we're gonna do a question thing, it'll be just a question thing.
Yeah,
and
just
if
like
we're doing a
very much
recap
this
thing.
Is a special moment. This campaign's been going on for a year, and like I feel very lucky as like a first time D&D player to get to have a campaign this long. And like I feel like it's very much was needed a recap. Like this, we've gone through a year's worth of adventures.
How many times just tonight have we all sat here and gone, "Oh, that's right, that did happen."
Yeah.
We didn't even core memory unlocked.
We didn't even cover everything either.
Oh, we haven't.
No.
Like the fact that Borrow actually made connection with a god.
Yeah.
Sky Daddy.
While fighting a god. Like his arm wraps that he now has are actually wraps given to him by a deity.
Yeah.
Yes.
Got the new drip, baby. Got that new drip, baby.
Fans of Ilmater.
Yeah.
Woo.
Wild.
Woo. Slap me harder, daddy.
Don't say that. Stop it.
Just because you asked nicely, I'm gonna use. Just because I'm gonna use flurry of blows for that too, so I can.
deliver
Yes,
more?
Daddy, I consent.
All right, I'm gonna distract us with an actual question.
Do it.
So we already know Petrichor's age.
Mhm.
How old is everyone else's characters?
Clucky
Timeless, I
canonically
am the
is
DM.
4 years old.
Oh, he's a baby.
Right.
He is. This has been brought up before. How there's more than one literal child in the apocalypse. One just
Yeah.
happens to be like 265 pounds and jacked.
Covered in feathers.
So Aarakocra canonically reached maturity by 3 years old. I figured I'd take that into account with given that Clucky isn't technically supposed to be an Aarakocra, but is given an Aarakocra form. He would be 4 years old at this point.
Other than those raised for consumption, what is the average lifespan of a chicken?
If they aren't consumed, about 15 years, but they typically will die before that.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
So that this all kind of works out.
Yeah. So I figured I was originally going to make him a lot older than that, and then it didn't really make sense to me, given like how the farmer ends up dying while he's still young and has to discover his own path as a newly alone character or creature in this world where he can't communicate with anybody. I figured it would be something that would be started early on, where he doesn't have any like basis to live off of. He just knows he needs to survive, and that's why he's out in markets stealing people's food, because he doesn't know the concept of money.
So adorable.
I'm sorry about that.
You sent this in the private. I can't even share this on stream because you sent it to the private chat.
Oh my god!
Oh, I'll say it. I'll take the bullet.
Sure,
I just
do it.
I couldn't help.
To jail! Oh my god!
So when I wrote to the group privately in the text, my brain took me to a very dark place, a dark humor place. I was laughing in my head because I just thought about the fact that Lucky's only going to live 15 years, so we're going to honor him by eating him and creating our first dimensional dial Thanksgiving.
Oh my god.
I'm so sorry.
So fucking demented. I love it.
Next year or next month is Thanksgiving, so
no.
Tarzan have new character by then.
No. I'm not.
Oh God, I'm sorry.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
But yeah, no,
Tarzan's
Clucky's
next
only
character
4.
Is going to be the gourmand that actually cooks Clucky.
Oh man, you need
Party.
you should see the character that Victor created to be like Clucky's
Oh, the
Anti-Clucky.
Thanksgiving? Yeah, the turkey?
No.
I recently was dabbling in character concepts, and I had this idea, and I ended up playing around, and I got this awesome image of a turtle with a huge ass sword, and I thought to myself, Clucky having a best friend barbarian who happens to be a turtle with a giant sword. So while the two of them are wreaking havoc on the ground, eventually one of them goes up to wreak havoc in the air, and the other one goes to the water to wreak havoc underwater. Unstoppable. They would just take over. It would just be conquering every land.
By sea, by air.
Yeah. They are all the things combined.
Yeah. No.
Beautiful.
But yeah, Clucky's only 4. Figured I'm not entirely too sure how long Aarakocras would typically live, but I'm assuming it's probably around that same time frame as 15 years.
It is. It's something like that. It might be something like 40 or whatever, but like it's not as long as like a human.
Yeah. So I figured start him off young to where he can go through his own self-discovery as a newly formed adult.
I'm just a baby.
That's KJ's line.
It is my line. Just a baby.
So that
If
being said,
we want to go to technicalities, Petrichor as an automaton was only 2, but had the maturity of an adult.
Ooh,
Whereas
look at
the
us.
human body is 10.
trying to one up me. I see you.
I'm not. I just figured, like, we know that As
Hi, Jackie
currently they're 10, but as an automaton,
No, I
they
love
were
it.
2.
Oh my god. Following Victor's suit, I'm going to create Poinky Tuku as the Underdark version of Plucky.
Hell yes. Honestly,
Uh,
I'm not entirely sure how old Borrow is, but I think Borrow is probably late 40s.
You haven't given him an assigned age?
No.
Holy shit.
We know
Mostly
he
'cause-
is older because anytime I've done like character art designs, he's always made sure to mention that he is graying.
Yeah, he's
and
graying.
Starting.
So yeah,
Well,
he's
Monks
somewhere
also
in
get
he's somewhere in his late 40s, early 50s, most likely.
yeah. And you're coming up on the level where you're going to get timeless body or whatever. So
Mhm. Yeah.
Meaning
So, like-
that Borrow will outlive everyone else.
Because that's the
Mainly
thing.
because Borrow's not going to get himself killed.
And also by the time that it's over, like his like movement speed is going to be insane, so he can just dash the hell out of anything. Really, it's just going to be like, okay, yeah, sure, okay, and then it's just gone. But yeah, I think part of the reasoning. I mean, I didn't like put a lot of reasoning into the age that sense, but to me was the concept of, again, wanting to have a character that it was like, I just want to have a character that is really balanced. I don't want to put too much like trauma or stuff in him. I want him to be this kind of guy that is just like, he literally is the individual that will like walk down a path in the middle of nowhere, finds a village, sits there somewhere, maybe asks someone to give him some food, sees if there's anything that happens that leads to him being like, oh, maybe that's why I'm here. And then at some point he'll feel the wind sort of blowing away from the place and then stand up and walk away to the next, to whatever the hell the next thing is. And that's literally how he found the group, like how he found himself in the guild.
And the wind took him to a fucking shitstorm.
Yeah. And then, yeah. And so it was like, I didn't bring an umbrella big enough for this. But yeah, so that was sort of like my thought of it, and part of it was the concept of, rather than being like, oh, he doesn't have a lot of baggage because he's very young, is no, he's gone through a lot, but his way of life has also been very focused on like insightfulness and wisdom and like that kind of thing. So he's always been strong in that regard. And so at this point, it's just there's very few things that actually like could potentially deviate him from the way that he is, which I think, in a sense, like Riley Petrichor is the thing that, because it's like, again, as a monk and everything, like the concept of being a parent is not something that he has practiced or has experience with.
Right.
You know,
typically.
You're
Yeah.
welcome.
Yeah. Thank you.
No, started this campaign with no trauma and going to end this campaign with a shit ton of trauma.
So much. And the thing is, it's not even going to be your trauma, Borrow. It's going to be everybody else's trauma.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
If I may point out, the early episodes of Dimensional Dial, Victor in character as Borrow would be leaning on the staff, kind of dazing off, and like having sort of a serene grin on his face, like the whole time.
Not
Just like,
anymore.
it doesn't matter, this is just the way the world works, the wind's gonna blow the way the wind's gonna blow. And now it's just like down looking and very stoic looking face, and I have to keep
Attentive.
everything going.
Extremely attentive.
Yeah, like literally,
I
he's
fall
never.
apart. Everybody's going to die.
Yeah, I feel like he's never overemphasized his focus on his hearing as much as the current present situation, just because of like, what's the next thing that's going to happen that's coming our way that's
I'm
going
really
to make
trying
these
to
people go
remember
crazy.
where
so
the change
interesting.
happened.
Anything.
It's so interesting because I love going back and watching, especially to like fill out my notes with more details, because that's the kind of person I am. But Victor method acts. So he'll do it. He embodies the character and he'll look off to shit like he is blind and it's awesome. But like he would do the whole lean and the smile, and especially when he talks to Petrichor and Riley, the only time the original concept and movements and mannerisms of him comes back is in those soft, quiet moments when talking to Petrichor and Riley, which I think is beautiful.
You can almost see Victor's like posture change as he kind of like leans in and kind of adopts that whole stance again. And I am really trying to like think about it now, because it's like not something that I had really thought about. Like, when did the change happen? When did Barrow go from, where the wind blows to no, shit has hit the fan?
I think
we need to be serious about this shit.
It just slowly happened.
It's kind of the same for the whole party, though. In all honesty,
obvious, though. For me, it's pretty obvious. For me, the
What is
moment
it for
that the Petrichor becomes human, that's a game. That's the game is different.
You know what? Now that you say that, well, I mean, like, there was some moments in like the previous dimension where, like, yeah, you were very, very serious, but still definitely kind of holding on to that sort of carefree moment. But yeah, that even during your interview with General Parsnick, or whichever person ended up actually interviewing Barrow, like, you still sort of had that to be, it was very like serious, but
open demeanor.
I mean, it was cracking jokes about his blindness.
Yeah, he was still making jokes and everything. But the moment, I mean, and even of how the fact of like the two other classes that I have taken, the 2 levels that I have that are not monk, they're literally taken for the sake of something that those things give me that makes sense with dynamics of things that Barrow would definitely be doing just for the sake of protecting Petrichor. So like, I took fighter so that I could have interception, and I took cleric because he would want to use his hand of healing, and he want to have more of that focus of like healing energy through his key in order to try his best to support Petrichor as well.
Especially
so all of it,
because Petrichor doesn't heal himself ever.
Exactly. And so there's everything is connected to Petrichor, and like everything is that, because that is the thing. Like, Petrichor is the story that if Barrow were to be a character that you meet in a different campaign where this has happened already, more likely than not, his like emotional bind, or like his thing that is the thing that makes him will be this story specific, and also very much focused on the having had the parenthood being like cast toward him. But yeah, Riley, like, Petrichor human, fuck off. Like, it's literally that, like, it's the parent going like, okay, but do you have everything? But can I put a bubble wrap around you so that way when you go and walk to the bathroom, you're not gonna bump your head against something? It's just like, where's the little leash thing that you just put
the monkey backpack?
Which is so interesting that's like your thought process, or, well, like, the jokes about like wanting to protect them because they're going to go off and do stuff. Petrichor has never left your side, ever. The only time it's ever happened is Riley.
Yeah, and that's great, but they're all in the same body, so it don't matter whether it's Petrichor or not. If one of them goes, they're both going.
It's true. It's so interesting thinking back, because becoming human was not originally part of the concept of the character, and it happened because we joked about it, because it was a running joke way before it became like a serious concept that I actually sat and thought about.
Yeah, but it was a really dark joke of Petrichor wearing just like the flesh of somebody.
To me,
it is how it's.
I'm a real boy now.
Yeah, that's. I think I said that, like, wearing somebody else's face as a mask, just going, I'm a real child.
It's because of the drug deal. That's where it started.
Third dimension.
Oh yeah.
Because we were trying to disguise Petrichor as a human child.
For me, it was the when I was doing like experimenting with like prompts and stuff, and there was one that ended up being like a little kid that I was like, this looks like if Petrichor was a real kid.
Every single one of those that you've ever sent me. They're in a file saved, and I often go back and look at them.
I believe it.
All right. So
Xanthi, how old are you?
Yeah.
I was about to say, did we get Xanthi's age?
So, unfortunately, due to Xanthi's upbringing, she never has celebrated a birthday. She doesn't really know her birthday.
We know now. What?
Wow.
She her mother was like literally got her head fucking beaten and was fed to pigs, and like her father just did not fucking care. So she never she was raised in poor as fucking shit, and until she was sold off. And it's not like they're gonna give you a birthday cake in a laboratory. So but Xanthi is suspected to be around like probably 30 to 35 years old. She does not really know. She lost count in during her times in the labs. So yeah.
Ran out of space on the-
She doesn't know her own birthday.
Well, you have one now.
Yeah, thinking about that though, Petrichor doesn't know their birthday either.
Because I'm going to now it's like, so what was the date of our main world when Xanthi was brought back to life?
I never actually put you guys on like a legit calendar.
Well,
I
we're
do
gonna
believe
need
that
it.
I
We're gonna need
mentioned-
it.
I remember
gonna
talking
need it.
about it because Petrichor keeps count of how many days they've been out and how long they've been from the doctor. We do know that our weeks are 10 days instead of 7. And
Yes.
there's 10 months instead of 12.
Yep. Very, very I forget the word, things being based off of 10, but yeah. But I do believe that I did describe in the original dimension that it was like a spring or summer day, like something along those lines. So
Right.
if I had to try to overlap it with the Gregorian calendar that we use, probably would have been like, I want to say like sometime in late May, like that kind of sort of time period of the year that you guys began this journey. So
we'd be in roughly, let me look up
June.
how many days it's been since we've been out here.
not that long. It's been like 2 or 3 weeks for you guys.
Yeah, I think it hasn't.
We're already
June or
ready to
July.
die for each other.
16 to 18 days that we've been out on this journey.
Listen, from actual experience, it doesn't take long for you to develop a bond between other people.
No, it doesn't.
in combat
Exhibit A.
situations. You get put in enough near-death situations, you will be fucking best of friends with those people.
It doesn't
As
matter how
long
many
as-
feathers you burn. Not that I'm
even
referring
if
to anything, but
even if they cast fireball on you.
even if they cast fireball on you, or if they entrap you with a gigantic, powerful droid in a circle of fire, even then,
Hey, Clucky liked it.
He did like that.
of course it did. Of course it did. And it's not that Barrow liked it or didn't like it. It's just that every time that you're inside that goddamn thing, you have to make saving throw. And then you also have a gigantic robot that has a very high AC. So I was like, I'm gonna just let this guy simmer for a bit. I'm just gonna let him, let
Yeah, and then you tried to leave the circle and he
did.
pulled you back in.
Okay, this reminds me of a question that I've actually wanted to ask for a very, very long time, and Matt has never dignified me with an answer before. Were there clues or hints in past dimensions that we could have found to Dr. Deanna's existence and travels through the dimensions? Because I kept forgetting to mention, and I only
Did we
did
miss
in
clues?
this recent dimension.
Yeah.
So like you would
Easter
have
eggs.
been able to find more so evidence that, like in the Jurassic Jungle dimension, you evidence that she had been there and spent some time there, however long it ended up being. But like potentially putting together a similar story maybe not as straightforward as a actual journal detailing detailing their events in that specific dimension. But if I'm being honest, always intentionally being vague as to the purpose. But perhaps there would be some sort of clues here and there that might have given you a little bit more of a picture. I will say this, I didn't necessarily plan a lot of them. I did plan for there to be a spot here, because whether it had been Caliban or Zazima, I was planning one of them to bring up, yeah, there was that person there that's not normally here. And give you that moment after all this time of, she was here.
Yeah.
She was here. So we have proof that she was here. Because in the very first dimension,
There was nothing.
like, there was nothing. You guys were like, did you guys see a dwarf
I
woman?
asked. I remember
well,
asking.
they're usually in a very different part of the world. And that's like all that you guys were actually thinking about. Like, well, we gotta go to the other side of the world, see if she's there. And at that point, I was like, oh, please don't DM my thing.
Listen, go to the other side of the world.
So, but I mean, that's a potential route that you guys could have taken, of just like exploring, and is she actually here? I had hoped that I didn't have to lead you to the fact of, yeah, there's 12 stops, you probably are going to have to keep going. But in that moment, like, anytime that it's kind of brought up, I'm like, a lot of time there's a good amount of improv that I do, of like, I didn't consider this logically, how would that work? Sometimes the answer is just flat out no, you wouldn't find anything. But sometimes it would absolutely be like this one, spend some time here, freaking there are raptors all over the place, you guys got jumped by Deinonychus as soon as you showed up. So yeah, they probably had to peace out from the dial for a second. It's not enclosed like it is normally. It's not a defensible position. You have to take off. You have to defend yourself. You have to go and live for a little bit before you can come back and activate the dial again to go to the next place. So TLDR, yes, there could have been other things that you possibly could have found.
There's
If
actually
we were rolled good enough.
there's actually something that I'm curious about, on whether or not you had something planned or it would have been something you would have had to improvise. But in that first snow dimension, that those giants, those ice giants, they had that place that I walked with Petric, that Bara and Petrichor walked to. There was like that big tower in the middle that seemed to be made of something different, because I used the tremor sense. It was like everything else is built like this, and this is built differently, and it went like down, and we never went down. But I was like, if we would have gone down, was there anything particular that you kind of like had thought of would happen had like Borrow gone down, or any of them would have gone down?
So that tower was me sort of nodding to the history that I had put into that whole dimension. It's, a snow covered dimension. It's not like, what is that movie called? Not
Day After Tomorrow.
The Day After Tomorrow. It's not like that where in 24 hours all of a sudden it's snowy.
No, because this was like Jotunheim, right? Like, wasn't it?
It's just been covered in snow and ice for as long as written history has told them. And I have a reason in theory for as to why, because every single one of these, with the exception of the World at War dimension, is a different version of the homebrew setting that I made for D&D, or potentially a novel down the round, which is Aetheria. And I pretty much look at the history that I made for that, and then to get to the prompt that's in here, I'm like, what needed to be different? And for that one, it was instead of the world just kind of the history going the way that it ended up going, what ends up being different is that on the continent of Aetheria, there is a mountain range which, going up to the peak of that mountain, is your way into the elemental plane of air, basically. And that sort of just expanded enough that it sort of cooled the whole planet to now it's all covered in ice in this dimension. So, yeah. That being said, for eons, it's just been cold and snowing and blowing. But before that did end up happening, there was Earth. This tower, what you would have done if you would have gone downstairs, there would have been probably like 40 or 50 levels before you hit ground. What you're entering is actually like halfway up that tower because there's that much permafrost, basically.
Wow.
So just that would have been me nodding to like, yes, the history between what your characters would know and here is that much permafrost of difference. Like you'd get down to the bottom and be like, holy fuck, it like this is definitely a completely different place because there's no way that all of this could have happened overnight.
Right.
So
Do you want to hear
that's my nod there.
Do you want to hear my fan theory with that tower?
Do it.
There's that tower, and the tower led all the way down, and it's in the snow planet. And in the fire planet, we had a hole where there was a Tarrasque with fire going down. So I thought that there were basically parallels. So where that tower was, there was the equivalent of that Tarrasque, but the ice version.
Mm.
So it's almost like
Potentially could have been.
so it could have been
Stop
like the
giving him ideas.
Wait, we're not there anymore.
Potentially could have been, but that's even if I would have thought, hey, that's what that's going to be, that still would not have been the story that ended up happening there. But yeah, like I will actually say this. Again, with this being a parallel of my homebrew world, the city that you guys started in, Aetherius City, the where the High King lives, is a place called Skyreach Citadel, which is a big castle with a massive fucking tower. That was supposed to be that same tower, and then canonically, in the Under a Red Sun dimension, the Sand Pit was Aetherius City. So very much so, you could be right that it was the exact same tower, just different dimensions.
Oh yeah.
And if you really want to go
Amazing.
furthermore into it, it may not have been a tower, but it was a big as fuck tree that a bunch of people lived in.
It's true.
You could have canonically just been in the same area, just in different spots. There wasn't a tower, but there's a fucking
Motherfucker.
obelisk and a mountain in the
That's right.
Jurassic Jungle.
Son of a bitch.
I love that so much.
Yeah.
Maybe not exact same geological position, but at least close enough or reminiscent that it's supposed to serve the same purpose.
I gotta.
So
I
cool.
do gotta say this. I was legitimately scared that you were going to make Clucky face Grangar, the one-eared, in this dimension. To those of you that don't know, Grangar is the hobgoblin that kidnapped Clucky and almost ate him, and that is
thought it
what
was a
cemented
bugbear.
his fear. Bugbear, yeah, sorry, bugbear.
That's why I gave him a different name in this dimension, but
Yeah.
Gorzak, the war chanter, him being a bugbear, whether it was actually like this dimension's version of him, the parallel was he's an intimidating, big as fuck bugbear. So just him looking up at you, from his perspective, you're just an enemy another one that he just wants to get rid of. But from your perspective, it's that fucking
shit.
It's that same
I missed
look.
that connection. Oh
It's
no!
that same fucking look. And I really thought you were gonna dive bomb the fucking Brontosaurus to try to fight him.
I missed that connection. If I would have made that connection, you absolutely would have.
I
Fuck!
took the whole moment as Clucky's growth of I don't need to. There's other things that I need to do. This can stay here for now. I can walk away from
Oh, because he
this.
was
Beautiful.
he still had Xanthi in his.
You had
in his-
Xanthi in your claws and you were looking for Barrow and Riley and
Yep.
Pro.
You know what? Yeah, Clucky was more focused on reuniting with the group. I could see that because he that at that point in time, that's when the tower had exploded, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like it was
so-
in that moment, like you were like, "Oh, we're gonna turn and go," and I was like, "This is gonna be my last chance to get him to have this face off, real face your fear moment of this
Yeah.
bugbear just staring you the fuck down." And you were like,
yeah.
"We're heading for the
I-
tower."
Full disclosure to viewers, I completely that went right over my head. I wish I would have made that connection, but had I
But
made
it's
that
canon
connection,
now. This is what happened to me with Silas and fucking what's his name, the Lord of
Hi-
Blades. Because
Oh.
I had said something thinking something
I made
else,
the-
and everybody else was like, "Oh, he's seen the Lord of the Blades before," and I was like, "Oh shit, you know what? That makes sense." And then Michael went and made it fucking canon.
I
The
feel like it
funny
also.
thing is, nobody else made a comment about it except for me.
I literally, like 5 minutes apart, got a message from you and Michael, and I was like,
Well,
"Well,
yeah.
shit, that makes sense."
I feel like that's a good moment for Clucky though, because I feel like it was from a standpoint of like the arc of the storyline of that particular situation. The fact that when we got to the fort, Clucky had the breakdown where he had the vision and having to go through that, and then like later down the road when like shit's hitting the fan and the tower explodes and everything, he's faced with that thing again. His focus now is like no, like the group.
yeah,
Yeah.
So like it works well the way
was
that it
beautiful.
turned out.
yeah. No, the way it turned out was perfect. Had I made the connection in the moment, I can't honestly say whether or not I would have made a different decision. But I am happy with the direction that it ended up going, because it does make Clucky have more of a growth development as opposed to letting his rage consume him. So that was a good it was a beautiful moment, a happy accident, as Bob Ross would say.
I do have to ask though, even though it didn't happen, I do have to ask. Matt,
Yes.
what would have happened if we would have killed the Lord of
Uh-huh.
Thorns?
Because
would
Xanthi,
have
the only
killed-
reason Xanthi came back was
Yeah,
'cause
and
of
also let us
Yeah.
and while I say this, I just want to remind everybody who watches this that while yes, technically we did not kill the Lord of Storms, I am still a believer that we did, or at least we managed to in a different version of it where certain person was not a coward. So we're gonna say that we did kill the dragon, we just didn't kill the dragon.
So I had thought going into this, because before you had the fight, before we did that little two shot, the reason why I had said this, that I needed this fight to actually happen in one way or another, because I could just say what happens and decide. I could like roll for it, but neither one of those is fun nor entertaining.
Right.
So that's why I said this fight needs to happen and you guys are going to take part of it. So going into it, I looked at like general ways that it could end. Like not like, oh, well, KJ gets the final blow or fucking Barrow dies or whatever the case may be. Nothing specific like that. But on the whole, the facts were Avrak was going to go after the Orb of Dragonkind, so he would not be taking part in the fight unless, like, if Marbek was like, we need you to do this, or whatever the case may have been. Maybe he could have come back and tried to help. But it would have been very difficult because, as I said previously, it wouldn't have mattered if Zazima lived or died if he did not get the orb back. So that would make the entire thing moot for him. So the orb was important. There was the option of, as a general thing, Zazima living. And whatever ended up happening with that, long story short, Zazima would have eventually met up with you guys at the dial. And then there would have been, based on how other things happened, Zazima could have just either what happened, which was you guys destroyed the orb, And Zazima says thank you because you've sent Tiamat back to Avernus.
Mm-hmm.
You know, not dead, but now gone.
Right.
Here is the thing. If you had, you know, just won the fight and had the orb and Zazima had shown up and Zazima had destroyed the orb, Zazima would have absorbed Tiamat and taken on her position as the god of evil chromatic dragons.
Uh-huh.
Motherfucker.
Why do you think I
Which-
didn't want Zima to have the fucking orb, you guys?
Could have been, who knows what would have happened with how things, and perhaps Xanthe would have come back changed very differently. Perhaps Xanthe would have come back with her soul being bargained. Who knows at that point what would have happened if the dimensional
Fucker.
dial crystal was charged off of hellish energy.
Oh boy.
Yeah, so there's all that. Now, taking it back, because those were the big two options that way, if the Lord of Storms had fallen in that fight, then we would have gone back to you guys versus Avrok. And big things here. Does the orb survive? Or is it destroyed?
Mm-hmm.
Because if it was destroyed, y'all kind of would have been up Schitt's Creek.
Right.
But if the orb survived, you guys would have had the potential to tap into its energy to charge the crystal and leave. Now, if we're talking about this being like Baldur's Gate or Dragon Age or something with, you know, all the different possible endings, the like evil wins ending, Avrok gets the orb back after Zazima has died. Avrok then uses Zazima's body to create a Dracolich that is possessed by Tiamat, giving her a mortal form.
Motherfucker. Woo!
See what you almost did, Marbek?
Listen. Clucky was about to get rid of that fucking orb one way or another.
Hey,
Playing
Xanthe
golf
took care
with
of
the
that
goddamn
shit. Because like
Yeah,
had
you not blasted it?
as soon as Matt mentioned that thing was covered in wards, I knew the only thing that could break wards is disintegrate. And I was like, I'm fucking
I'm over here just
throwing this
fucking
shit.
hammering away with
Honestly,
it.
with
a
a
fucking
with a
club.
high enough roll, I probably would have allowed Dispel Magic to work, but then Tiamat would be here.
Yeah.
Just
Oh!
circumvent the whole thing. Tiamat shows up.
Yeah.
Which
Which
at
is what
that
I did
point,
not want.
Game over. That's game
at
over.
that point, your best bet would be hoping that Zazima survived.
Oh my god.
Fucking dragon
No.
fight.
Fuck me.
Jesus Christ.
We
So-
we just become a little fly squished on the ground by like the feet of all the
Would
dragons.
Clucky
fighting.
have been able to destroy the orb with the club, or was that like a not happening thing? Yeah.
It basically said so like non-magical damage it's immune to non-magical damage for the most part. Magical damage like can destroy it. Like, not gonna lie, it doesn't give HP for the orb or anything, but I just kind of rolled for it. And KJ, I'm sorry, but you were very close to using inflict wounds to actually destroy that fucking orb, which is why Tiamat fucking yelled at you and tried to dominate you.
I'm surprised that I succeeded both of those saves.
Yeah.
Because I had to do it
I apologize, not dominate, suggestion.
Oh god.
Either way.
Yeah.
The child of the
That would have been another.
Are
That
you
would have
all
been another.
glad that I have high charisma now?
That would have been a
God.
very fascinating situation too, if in that
child
moment
comes
we
back
were like,
dominated by
not just that, if if Petrichor would have destroyed the orb while it's just the two of us with Abrak in the room.
Hmm.
Because that could
Oh,
have.
if it was
would've
at that
happened
point,
then.
Abrak would have just gone murder hobo on you guys.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
That's yeah.
Well, actually, I probably would have made the same roll that I made before, and then it would have decided. But if that roll went the same way, then he would go murder hobo on you guys.
Which
Mhm.
it's not good
Mhm.
for either of us.
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah,
No.
we were already pretty fucked up by the end of that whole segment.
We absolutely were.
Clucky is
Oh,
still
yeah.
sitting at 39 HP right now.
I'm sitting at 1 HP with 3
Yeah.
levels of exhaustion.
Oh, why? What happened?
She died.
What? When? What? No. What? When?
God. That shit was
Move
wild,
on.
man.
Why do you have 3 levels of exhaustion? Is that
Because
a,
she
Resurrection?
died and got brought back.
is that
True
a thing?
resurrection. Yeah.
Yes. When you die and get brought back, you have 3 levels of exhaustion.
Unless you weren't using true resurrection.
Well, I really wasn't because Zazima doesn't have spells. They're just like Great Worms are on par with like Bahamut and Tiamat. So it would be well within Zazima's powers to do something like that.
So it's like a full restoration, you see?
So do I have a full rest?
I mean, if I'm being candid, just because like I don't want you guys to be like completely punished, I was gonna give you guys have you guys start the next session on a full rest, whether or not you guys took a nap or not. But that's like what I was going to do. Not that I have plans for you guys to like absolutely. Oh well, you're gonna need it because by the way, now you guys have to fight the fucking I don't know Asmodeus or some shit.
We're going you have to fight the cousin dragon Tiamatu.
Yeah.
So
Tiamatu, electric boogaloo.
That was my bad because I thought you were using a true resurrection spell, and I told her that's
well,
what
that's
happens.
fair. It would have been something like that, but like honestly, this was probably more akin to like Wish, if I had to put a spell on it.
Okay.
Ooh, that's cool.
Just like
you're awake. You're not dead.
Changed because Blue Dragon is the one who did it.
So you don't have 3 levels of exhaustion.
Love that.
Neat. Yeah,
I
no,
just
that
have
was-
1 HP.
I'm excited to see how that goes, like how that actually changes, because like I said, like you have full freedom reign to describe how this change from being a gold draconic sorcerer to a blue draconic sorcerer looks. Like
What physically
you can full on Gandalf the White and have a wardrobe change in this moment if you want.
Well, I was not going to have any changes until she uses her abilities for the first time.
I support it.
Love that. I love it.
Support it.
Because mainly she's gonna try to like cast Wall of Fire, and it's gonna be some other fucking shit, and she's gonna be like,
God. She's gonna cast Wall of Fire. We're all gonna end up electrocuted and stunned.
Is there a wall of lightning spell?
What's that?
There's no.
Is there a wall of lightning spell? That should be absolutely a fucking thing.
So I was thinking about getting Wall of Water so I could then just shock the shit out of anybody. But I figured I'll get that whenever I level up next time, because if anything, Xanthi would have strictly been replaced with like any fire spells with lightning spells. So I kept with that. As much as I want to play the smart route, I will do that on the next level.
I sort of 100% said you can revamp Xanthi's spell list, like not just like 1-to-1. This is a fire spell. Let's take a lightning spell. But like if you wanted to, like just do your spells again, by all means. And
go to town, girl. Go to town.
I would say like Xanthi would maybe not like the Lord of Storms Zazima didn't sit down and go, well, you see, Xanthi, now you are a blue draconic sorcerer, and like that kind of shit. But like Xanthi would know there's something different and could put 2 and 2 together, being that this is a blue dragon and they are about lightning, and like even if like because you do have unarmored defense by having a draconic hide, so like you probably have patches of gold scales somewhere. They're blue now, so it's like, oh shit, I'm not the same person. So like whatever is like, you would have some sort of knowledge that something is different, and he did sort of tell you.
Yeah, he kind of did. He's like, "You will not be the same," and she's like, "Yeah, just fucking take me home, bitch."
Speaking of changes, this is always something I love asking people just because I think it's fun. Is there any aspect or like thing about each of your characters that you originally like knew it was going to be a thing when we first started playing and it immediately changed due to some circumstance or reason?
Yes, the whole campaign.
Yes. I mean, I didn't get to really do Drunken Fist much.
That's true.
Oh my god, there has been
So many
the conversation is still ongoing as to what monk subclass Borrow should have. Like,
yeah.
like for all of your like the changes that you've gone through, I think that you've used a subclass ability in each one once, and
yeah. Like Way of Mercy was the one that made more sense just from the players. Like, okay, well, yeah, he wants to try to like heal, like protect Petrichor, so that makes sense. But like as a class for him, I don't know.
Yeah, it's not easy, and like we did try to homebrew one, but even then, like it still didn't.
Yeah,
still wasn't right.
So
you know what I mean?
You've been playing this whole time without like a full like dedicated
His
monk
subclass has changed at least 3 times, I want to say.
He's a jack of all
Was it 2? I
trades.
thought it was 3.
Yeah, because I started as a Drunken Fist, and then after that event, where Borrow charged with the stone, where he put his hand on it and everything, he ended up getting the Way of the Sun Soul, and that's why he was able to create the firewall in one of those like fights. And that also wasn't like making much sense to me. And then after that, somewhere down the road, I think it was, I was like, I think Way of Mercy makes more sense for him.
Yeah.
It probably makes the most sense, but like, until Wizards of the Coast says, here is the Way of Borrow subclass, and they look at everything that he's done and just go, yeah, this makes sense.
So I don't know if you guys know
on this.
D&D Shorts. They had the Ryoko guide. It was like a Kickstarter or whatever. I pledged, and one of the things that they have in the guide is the benders from like the last Airbender.
Oh yeah.
So they have and part of me was like, because of the fact that the whole concept of Borrow with the wind, the idea of him as an airbender, I thought was like a cool concept too. That I was like, that would be kind of cool. That it's like it goes from meditating and tapping into it to hearing it to then actually tapping into it and being able to manipulate it.
Yeah. We did toss around Way of the Four Elements for a moment, but
it's not really.
It's not a very optimal
the build
subclass. You'd still be in the same boat of not using your subclass features.
The build the 4-element build from D&D is just not good.
Some people have tried to like homebrew fixes for it and stuff, and like it's one of those that like they just tried to do too much with it, I think. And they didn't do any of it right.
I mean, it's tricky, and I get it. Trying to make something where it's like, oh, your character has like the 4 elements somehow. Like, it's kind of hard to make that work and not make it OP.
Yeah. The only changes I had planned for Clucky, I made like the conscious effort to not really tap in too much of his ancestral guardian aspect at the start, because I wanted him to discover his spirituality and start tapping into that, and it really started. He would touch on it occasionally in the previous dimensions, but once he got to this dimension and started connecting with Caliban, that's when he really started to fully lean into it. Because I've had the clairvoyance and augury ability for like a while now. I just never used it because it didn't thematically make sense. Because where would Clucky learn this ability when he hasn't had any formal training with it? And then and that's when I started describing more activity from his ancestral guardians, the chickens that are always with him, being more present in the moment, because he's now feeling that more connected to his spiritual aspect. So I was waiting for like the right moment to start narrating his connection to the spirit world in that sense. And that ended up playing out beautifully for the death scene of Xanthi, being able to start praying and tapping into his spirituality to try and reach out to the spirit world. Granted, I didn't have the spell to be able to talk to the dead, but Matt gave me that opportunity to still be able to try and tap into it.
Well, that was the whole thing about it, is because quite literally it's you talking to spirits, and yes, they're spirits of chickens, and you did touch into it a little bit afterwards with showing one of them that looks like Caliban.
Yeah.
That, like, it's kind of, it's not just spirits of chickens, spirits of people that you like bond with. So there's actually a character in a like semi-obscure comic book that I've read that I don't know if anybody else has, but it's called Irredeemable. And there's this person who's like special, like superhuman ability is they can like recite stories. It starts off, it's supposed to be stories of like these like great spirits of like Japanese folklore basically, and then it summons that spirit to fight and stuff. And
I know what you're talking about.
later on in the story, because they end up losing a lot of people who are on their like superhero team, and somebody just gets them talking about their memories with those now dead superheroes, and they just kind of ramble for a little bit, and after a while it's like, why they talking to the person, they go, why are you smiling so much? And they turn around and they have summoned the spirits of their dead friends basically. And I'm just like, when you said, hey, it's like Caliban shows up like that, I'm like, it's fucking Clucky. Like that, he's the one who's going to do this. And it had me really wondering if Xanthi had stayed dead, would Xanthi have been one of those spirits?
Yo, that would be a mind fuck. Oh
You just
my
see
god!
a flaming chicken coming.
I would be, if that would have played out like that, I would have totally been on board for that.
See, a question is, if Xanthi stayed dead, would y'all have run into another Xanthi from another dimension, or?
I will 100% tell you exactly what would have happened when we ended the stream. I would have private messaged you and told you the concept of the next dimension and told you to make a character. And that's all that I would have said. A character who would be in that dimension, whether it was that dimension Xanthi or whether it's somebody completely new.
You son of a
that
bitch.
would be what ended up happening.
So you could have potentially made a different dimension Xanthi. That was
like I would more play around with the idea of the Xanthi that ended up actually escaping the Tesseract dimension.
the Trask dimension.
Trask dimension, yeah, not Tesseract.
I mean, who knows? Maybe that's the next dimension. We're going to a Thor.
We're going into Marvel.
We're going to a Marvel dimension.
Please do not sue us, Disney.
You guys
Take
show
on
up
the
in
Avengers.
Tony Stark is there.
You know what's something that I'm gonna have to figure out an answer to that I never answered because I kind of lost track of it, and then I figured it just happened that way. I don't know what happened to Borrow's hat.
Yeah, I don't either. I was gonna mention that.
Yeah. Like, I don't know.
It probably got blown. In my opinion, if there was a likely story, it probably got blown off in the apocalypse scene with the Trask.
And that was the thought as well, because there was a lot of like the running in the mounts, the jumping, the mounts, the running, the Trask, the rushing. My guess is that it probably ended up staying in that dimension at some point.
Because you last mentioned the hat in Thexelum, and then when we left. No, that's the last time he's actively mentioned that he's
That's true.
manipulating the hat.
Mhm.
But we left that dimension app with it still in your possession, but
Yeah.
we ended up in this apocalypse dimension. That's the last time we've ever heard of it.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a good possibility we lost it.
Yeah, my chance. Yeah, my if I had to like put it as like where was it, it probably was there because I feel like that dimension. That was the one dimension that was the first dimension that we had to like haul ass to get out right on time, like nick of time.
That's another thing because like that has been mentioned that like somebody said before, I can't remember who it was, but like somebody said you guys get chased out of every dimension, so ending this one like to actually be a moment to fucking say goodbye, like, you know, this is it, now we are going to leave this dimension. Because I mean in the Frozen one, there was nobody really to say goodbye to. It was just, this is how it is now, we're going to go to the next dimension. You guys did have a ceremonious one that got retconned because Scree ended up getting left behind, but you guys got chased out by a horde of goblins. Then you got chased out by Apocalypse Monster, and then you got chased out by the Super Beast. So yeah, there was a little bit of a running theme there that you guys were like always hauling ass to get out of these dimensions. So having a moment where, in quite literally the most harrowing experience that you guys had the moment to relax and actually tell the people that you've seen there goodbye.
Yeah.
Look at each other and go, all right, on to the next leg of this journey. Let's go.
Yeah.
Rather than Petrichor, get the dial fucking moving. We got to go.
Start the car.
On your feet, soldier. We are leaving.
That's actually a concept that I keep thinking about, is with how many times we've used the dial, I feel like Petrichor would have at some point during downtime or whenever travel time would have, whether of their own volition or someone asking, like talked about how the dial works and like how to use it, so that they weren't the only one with the knowledge about how to use it. Because the last dimension, we were in a situation where if Petrichor wasn't there and it was Riley in control, we couldn't leave.
That's gotta be a thing. But I would not recommend Clucky.
Because that's been something that's been going in my head, like at some point during travel or downtime, or even if we have time to like play it out role play style, like that's something that needs to happen.
Yeah.
Because I can't be the only one who knows how to use it. It's not safe.
Yeah. Wouldn't at this point also Petrichor have the opportunity to basically teach Riley in their mind chamber the way that they saw it in that vision of that thing that you did?
Yeah. I mean, that I already, like, that's already happening. That's a thing that I've always thought about. But like, it's not safe for that individual, that one body, to be the only one with the knowledge about how to use it.
Sure.
Yeah,
because there could be a time where I'm completely out of it, like unconscious, dying, whatever the case, where somebody else has to be able to do it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's probably something we should work on.
Yeah.
I'm curious.
Little things like that.
I'm so curious to find out whether or not Clucky can still communicate after this dimension.
Yeah.
Oh god, me too.
You still have the bracelet.
Yeah, but we don't know if it's gonna work.
Well, Caliban says there's a potential that it won't work in another dimension, but it's still applied.
As long as
we went to post-apocalyptic America where magic's not a thing. So never say never.
As long as we don't have Xanthi just accidentally sneezing and lightning into the bracer, you know, just don't roll it. Whatever you do, Xanthi, just don't roll a nat one.
No.
While you're aiming at anything.
Oh my god. Victor, I swear to God, if during the first time she decides to use her fucking electric powers or spells or magic, whatever the fuck, and she rolls a fucking nat one, to just make her sneeze out a fucking lightning bolt, probably aimed at the chicken. I am going to find out where you live,
I'll give you the address.
and I'm going to give you a stern talking to.
Clucky gets hit in the back. It's like, it's another Tuesday.
Ooh, that one's spicy.
Oh, that felt a little different. What was that?
Like, okay, that one tickled.
Oh my god, I swear, Victor, if you fucking curse this, I will hunt you down.
Oh my god.
Listen,
No,
It's
in
because of
fact,
this-
if it happens, you get the next nat one.
statistically speaking, it's inevitable that we're gonna botch some rolls.
Yeah.
Even if it's like lightning bolt, which is a DC, and you can't technically nat one, I'm gonna make you roll now.
Like when
That's a
when,
19.
Oh,
When,
good thing that we're not playing right now.
when Ashley and Sam were trying to cast augury, and they were like trying to roll the dice, and Sam turns to
Yep.
Matt. What do we roll? Nothing,
was
because you don't roll for augury. Yes, right.
It was an amazing moment in that game.
You don't roll for it.
I
Oh
do.
my goodness.
That shit was hilarious.
Amazing.
But yeah, no, I'm excited. Like, if the bracelet were to stop working, I would be terrified about the belt not working at that point. Be like, oh god, did I just lose my fucking giant strength?
Sure.
So
Don't take both of them.
I don't know if we want to maybe try to like wrap up the stream just so that the video won't be too long.
Yeah.
I don't know if we have like particular questions left. I do have one that I think could be an interesting one to close with, but
If you want to hold
has-
it for the close one, that's fine. Unless somebody else has closed questions as well.
yeah,
I
But
don't have. I mean, I have one that might be good for a close, but that's about it.
So let's go through who does still have questions they would like to ask.
Do we level up?
Yeah, that's a good one.
You guys
I was
need to
waiting
level up.
for
You're
it.
level 12.
We did. But again,
I know. I was asking again.
oh, yeah. Well, technically, after the TBD talks is that's quite an ordeal.
don't-
So
I
Like,
don't
don't
know.
get me wrong, Matt. I'm grateful for being alive, but
I
did.
do have one question, but I will say will be before the last question, the second to last question.
the only other
Uh,
question I have outside of the one that's potential for an ender is there a song that you guys associate with your character?
I don't have like a dedicated song, but I would say if anything, it would be what is it? Let the bodies hit the floor. By,
Bodies by Drowning Pool.
Yep.
Yeah,
That
Drowning
tracks.
Pool.
Yep.
that
makes
absolutely
That's my
tracks.
karaoke
totally
song.
makes sense.
I did have one and it changed because Matt sent me one. And it's just called Rain. And I'll send it to the Discord so you guys can listen to it. But it is now the one that I associate with Petrichor forever.
But I'll have to sit and consider what with Clucky's connection to the spirit realm now, what it would sound like to him thematically. So I'll do some thinking about that. What kind of music would put that connection there for him?
Black Sabbath, Children of the Grave.
I love it.
How about? Oh, okay. Borrow. That's your name. That's your name now. You're just Borrow.
You should
I'm Borrow. I don't have a song for. I don't have a specific song for Borrow. I have specific instrumentals from soundtracks from movies that I love that are martial arts related or martial art films that a particular song or instrumental arrangement of a particular scene feels to me like the kind of music that just sort of I can hear the music and imagine Borrow like doing his whole like movement and centering and everything around, and I can hear it as he like walks down a path barefoot, just seeing everything while hearing everything. So there's a movie called Hero with Jet Li, where
Yeah.
there is a fight that happens in like a game, a place where they play this like ancient game, and there's a blind man who plays this beautiful instrument that's just laid down. I forget the name, and he just like they move the hand and like they play it, and so the music is playing. The music is playing while they are fighting in their mind,
Mhm.
and then eventually the music ends, and that's when they actually go and move forward in the real world. And that melody I think is beautiful. um uh there's well, that's actually, yeah, two of the musics comes from that movie, and then one comes from the Marco Polo Netflix show where there is a blind monk, which is part of the inspiration for Borrow, that he's
Yeah.
doing a whole movement, and he gets visited by a lover that just basically steps on the dojo or on the platform where he is, and he senses and tries to reach, and she's just as good as him. So they end up in this like beautiful dance, like martial arts slash dance, where he's always trying to reach and she's always an inch away. And so it's this beautiful, it's one of the most beautiful things that I've seen. Like, to me, it has a very dear place in my heart. And so those moments have music and instrumentals and like orchestra stuff that to me feels like that's very much Borrow's like MO. Um, so yeah.
I'd say with Clucky, if it's anything on a regular basis, it's that song that I played in my one announcement video, "Fuck Around."
That tracks.
For Xanthi. So there's two songs I think kind of represent Xanthi as a whole, and that would be Panic Room. It's like Welcome to the Panic Room, do, all that. But also Demons from Imagine Dragons.
Yeah.
But
Ooh,
there is also
saucy.
another song that I feel embodies Xanthi's mindset. Like, if you want an understanding about like how Xanthi's mind works in like the constant chaos, the best way I could describe it would be Pins and Needles by Moonwalker.
Okay, so I want everybody to send all of the things to the Discord so that
To
I
be
can just
fair,
listen to all of them.
I have 3 different playlists. I have one for Petrichor, I have one for Riley, and then I have one that's combined for both of them.
So, I mean, I don't exactly have a character in this, but I mean, even when I'm making a character, I usually have, if not one song, a playlist or something like that. But even still, I like for all of my characters, if you're like, what song describes them, I have an answer all the time. But for me, with this, since I have like so many dimensions and stuff, I do often, like, not just for this campaign, but just in general, I take a lot of musical inspiration, like for things, whether it be like the lyrics and it making sense or just the general vibe. But like to that point, the trial at the Verde River was inspired by 2 songs by the band Pussifer, one being The Green Valley, and the other one being The Humbling River. And the two of them together, like the lyrics on them, I actually I quote those songs in the game when we're playing them for those moments. So like that's kind of like how it happens. I have a whole um like my end all be all like story that I want to like potentially write or have a campaign for somewhere down the line. It like there's a whole playlist as to like very beginning to end how it all goes, but like each dimension I could give you one song. Usually I send it to you guys. I'm not gonna
You
lie.
do.
The
Yeah.
first one I did World So Cold by Mudvayne, and then it was World So Cold by Victor the Story Weaver is now now the new track for that dimension. The second one was Welcome to the Jungle. Um, for obvious
know why.
reasons. Under a red sun, honestly, just that day that I tormented you right before you guys had to run away from the apocalypse monster, and I was just sending you one song every hour that had to do with the end of the world. That whole one, like that,
It's the end of the world as we
yeah.
know it.
The I think it's Hidden Citizens that does that cover that I sent of the end of the world as we know it. World at War. You can just look at Kit's playlist for the end of the world.
I have it saved and I listen to it often.
It's a very beautifully curated playlist that my partner made for that. Jurassic Jungle, obviously the Jurassic Park theme, but furthermore, like specifically about the goblins that you were fighting, Wolf Totem by The Who.
Ooh.
Like up to and
Yep.
including the inspiration for Gorzak with him using a horsehead fiddle as his bardic instrument, like quite literally is that song. Like if you look at that fight with the dragon, just picture that song playing in the background. That's how I was going with everything.
I will
really wish I would
say,
have made that connection. Damn.
now that like I'm thinking about it, there is one song that would describe Xanthi as she is now, and that would probably be "Little Girl Gone." If you guys know that song.
I don't think I do. Maybe if I
Little
heard
girl
it,
gone, got a gun from a gangster. Run, little girl faster.
Oh, that one.
Yeah.
Okay. That's not my song for
Honestly,
Xanthi,
the
but
first thing
that's
that comes
okay.
to my head if I try to think of a song for Borrow, it's literally "Don't Worry." You know, like "Don't worry."
Here's a little song I wrote.
Not a
You might
thing.
want to learn it. Nope, I
Not
know.
Don't Worry, Be Happy. Bob Marley's.
No, yeah, Bob Marley. Like every little thing is gonna be all right.
I think that's the title, isn't it? Is everything's
worry.
going to be all right?
You pass
Three
detect
little,
worry,
lots
be
from
happy.
borrow. It's just reggae music.
yeah, it's just
It's
three
just
little
reggae
birds.
music.
I get that. There's a what does he call it? Fucking, I think he calls it Mongolian techno. It's like Ume Azkan or something. Like I listen to a lot of his songs when I'm trying to get into stuff for Borrow. He actually has one that's like the Shaman Way or something like that, which I think I've sent before. And like I literally picture fucking Borrow waking up and doing his morning forms and stuff with
Maybe
that
it's
song
the
playing.
dad vibes, but I feel like Borrow would listen to a lot of Toto. Like, am I the only one who thinks that? Like, I feel like he would be listening to Toto in the dad sandals, specifically.
Oh my gosh.
Borrow would cut off his feet before wearing that sandal.
We got to borrow a pair of lightly green stained New Balances.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
It's always interesting when I think of songs for Petrichor versus for Riley because they had very different lives. And a lot of the songs I have saved for Riley's playlist are songs that I technically, because it's my character, it's canon, but headcanon, that they're songs that Riley's parents would sing to her.
That's
In
not
the
my Riley
apocalypse.
song. My Riley song is probably I don't know how to put it, but there is a very like female vocal acoustic version of Enter Sandman by Metallica, and like for some reason like that probably because I know how Petrichor's mind got into Riley's body. And that could be very thematic.
That's true.
Yeah.
I need to share these playlists with people.
All right, Victory, what's your closing?
My question. Well, I mean, I don't know if KJ wants to go with theirs.
We could do both.
We can do both, I guess.
Well, then I'm going to put a bullshit question out of the way first, which is, did y'all motherfuckers loot Avrock?
Did we get a
Xanthi did.
Xanthi
said she was going to loot him.
Xanthi had a quick loot after you killed him the first time and took what I will tell you now is a folding fan that can function as an arcane focus.
I'm going to say if there was time, if the time of like the saying goodbye and everything, we weren't just like hurled into the next thing by the dragon. Bara specifically would have definitely want to look into Avrak's like loot him just because he fought him a lot and Avrak gave him a shit ton of issues like combat wise that because of the concerns with protecting Petrichor and Riley. You know, like when he first blocked him and he made him like get still. So when he moved, he got damaged by that, like the magic stuff. Borrow, considering the fact he took the sword, Borrow still would have been like, anything that
Definitely needs this. Yeah, he needs a scabbard for that sword. So yeah.
Well, yeah, not even just the scabbard. It's just the thing of like I want to try to find because it was a mighty foe. You know, it put them in peril while they were just there trying to protect Riley and Petrichor, and then they took Xanthi down. Not to mention the fact that they had a fucking beef with a dragon. So like for Barrow at this point, again, going back to like where Barrow's mindset is now, Barrow has a sword, y'all. So like Barrow's mindset's like he's still the same, but now he's like, okay, I gotta bring some stuff. I'm readjusting certain.
I feel like Barrow with the sword is like the equivalent of a squishmallow with a butter knife.
What a comparison.
Oh my lord.
So thematically speaking, since I gave you all your chances to say goodbye to Caliban and everything like that to actually get your bearings again before being sent off, yes, you would have had time to overlook him. And I will say, unfortunately for you guys, he basically with this grabbed what he needed or what he thought he needed. So when you killed him the first time, he had more shit. However, there are two things that he would have had on his person when you defeated him. The first, I actually don't know which order I want to do these for dramatic effect, but like which one is actually going to be the bigger oh fuck moment. I'm going to do it this way. So because you took his sword of his Dragon Slayer longsword, he needed a new weapon, and given that the cursed goblins were supposed to be slaying dragons, they've accumulated quite a few things that would help with that. Oh shit, he did grab that too. So he does have a mundane longbow. There is one single arrow, which is an arrow of dragon slaying. And then the weapon that he was fighting you guys with in the form of a pike is a dragon lance.
Yeah, Clucky's gonna get that.
The last thing that he had, if you want to actually take it off of him, part of the reason why his AC was so high, his hakama that he was wearing are black robes of the Archmagi.
We got to put those on the baby.
The baby has plate armor.
Plate armor with detachable plates so they can switch into sneak armor.
Which I need to remember takes an action to actually take off when I switch people, but I haven't had to worry about that in combat yet, but I need to like remember that that's a thing.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Okay.
So wild.
Okay.
So Hakama. I think,
Okay.
yeah, Clucky would probably, would be eyeballing the fuck out of that lance for sure.
I don't think that you're going to have anybody competing with you for that lance.
Yeah, no, definitely not.
He sees a big fucking weapon and he wants to swing it.
I think
The funny thing is, the only person with a ranged weapon that uses arrows is Xanthi.
not anymore.
That's true.
Oh, this reminds me. I was going to tease at what the lance was, but some bitches had to go and reduce the damage down to 0 when I fucking stabbed Xanthi with it. I was going to say that there is an extra little fucking like twinge to it. Not going to deal the extra damage that a Dragon Lance does, but I was going to hint to that because Xanthi is draconic in nature.
Mhm.
So a weapon designed to kill dragons you'd at least notice.
Victor,
I know.
Victor, if we
Yeah.
pick up the bow, we can recreate the thing.
I know. That's my thought exactly. Santhi, I have a question for you.
Oh dear God.
What is your current DC? And what is your dexterity modifier?
Okay. What's DC again?
Your spell save
Difficulty-
DC
Sorry,
Your
AC.
spell save.
when
your-
you're casting spells.
No, actually,
Oh.
sorry, no, your AC. Give me your AC.
Oh,
Your
my
armor class.
AC. My
Yeah.
AC is 15.
Are you wearing armor right now?
No,
So,
I have natural draconic armor.
so your AC currently is 15.
Yes.
What's your dexterity modifier?
So my dexterity is 14. My modifier is +2.
So I think you're gonna be the one getting the robes, because the robes basically, if you're not wearing armor, and I'm assuming this counts because her armor is natural. If you're not wearing armor, the robe gives you an AC of 15 plus your dexterity modifier, which means that
Sorry,
you would
looked it
have.
up.
So basically, that means that you would have an AC of 17.
Oh shit.
Wait,
And that's
don't-
gonna also give you it's also gonna give you advantages on saving throws against spells and other magical effects. And your
Yeah.
spell save DC and spell attack bonus increased by 2.
Xanthi's stripping this fucking hobgoblin.
So even if
Wait.
even if it would have been like Borrow picking it up, obviously
Yeah.
Borrow is blind,
like-
so he wouldn't be able to know what.
Xanthi's pissed at this thing. She is fucking stripping his corpse naked. Like
Well, petrichor. Obviously, we don't know that a lot of them are magical. So later, petrichor would have
Right.
would take time to figure out what's
Identify it,
special
yeah.
about things.
Yeah, like Borrow would have taken the bow with that arrow.
Taylor, did you ever take mage armor or no?
no, because mage armor only put
Mage
my
armor would have
spell
done the
DC
same
to
thing.
15.
Yeah.
It would have done the exact same thing as her draconic resilience.
Yeah, it was redundant.
Yeah.
So
That's why we went with shield instead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the robe of the arch, this robe thing, absolutely for you.
I do believe that the only person in the party who could use it is Xanthi. So I
Well,
think that it needs to be attuned by a warlock, sorcerer, or wizard.
ooh, fancy.
Well, I am a
Could be
sorcerer.
wrong.
so-
according to
It
what
might
I'm
just say-
reading, oh yeah,
Does it just say spellcaster?
it's so it's giving you. It says that they have a spell save DC that applies to sorcerers, warlocks, or wizards, but it seems like it requires attunement by sorcerer, warlock, or wizard. So technically, yes, you'll be the only one who could use it anyway.
Fuck yeah.
Because I did.
I'm
When
so
I
excited.
originally gave this to Avrock, my brain immediately went, "Oh fuck, what's gonna happen if if they take this and they put it on fucking Clucky because it's basically defense." And I was like, "Oh, thank God they have to be." And then I was like, "No, that's not gonna happen. They need to be a spellcaster." Oh shit, Clucky's a fucking spellcaster. And I went and read more, and I was like, "Okay." Warlock, sorcerer, wizard. Thank God. I don't have to worry about the chicken becoming a goddamn tank. I also had the
God
thought
damn
of
it.
if Borrow wore them, and I was like, "Fuck."
So close.
Well,
Borrow
It
would
would be nice to get hit a little less.
It would have made sense on Borrow because actually Borrow with his bracers, his arm wraps that he has, his AC is actually higher than what this thing would give him.
Yeah. Well, I mean, technically
So-
it's not armor, so you could do both.
Fun fact,
If you-
Clucky.
But it
were
does,
able
but
to
it
wear
wouldn't add up because the AC of this says your current AC plus Dex. It would take me to like 20.
Oh, because you wouldn't get your wisdom anymore.
Right. So it would
That's
it
how
would
that would work. Okay, yeah.
yeah.
So Clucky has taken a level in Warlock.
Imagine though. Jeez.
Did I gotta know? Did I get Taylor in trouble for what she asked me after Xanthi died?
Hmm?
Did I get Taylor? Did I tell
What?
anybody?
What do you
What?
mean?
I know.
You know.
I fucking know because Taylor told me.
What?
I know
Oh
about that.
yeah. Oh yeah. No.
The delayed reaction.
So I didn't know like Matt had a plan to bring Xanthi back. So I straight up messaged Matt and I'm just like, hey, does Viatar need a new toy?
Oh my god.
And I'm
That's
just
right.
like, Xanthi would be willing to put herself through absolute torment just to be with her fucking family
Absolutely
again.
not.
And it would be a fucking nightmare all over again.
If
Absolutely.
that
not.
is how you worded it, even if she wasn't leaving you guys alone, if that's how you worded it, she would have told you to go fuck yourself.
After all the shit that we put her
that
through.
is self-sacrifice.
Oh man.
Ah.
Which is why she kept getting pissed at Loviatar, because he's like, I'm gonna lop my arm off so Loviatar gives me extra power, and she's like, no, that's not the idea. You take pain for the sake of taking pain, and then I'll reward you, not to fucking save people.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
Was he misinterpreting it the whole time?
Yes.
Well, today's episode we learned Loviatar is very literal.
I fucking love it. That's almost as bad as Holiday and Silas nearly fucking up the whole mission with Mr. Clicks.
Imagine if we came back and we were just like, yep, mission accomplished, and everybody's like, what the fuck did you do? Okay,
Oh my god.
so
Do we wanna
now that
do
the
minor
loot is out of the way,
Do we want to roll for it?
Rock, paper, scissors.
sure.
You can roll for it.
Rock, paper, scissors doesn't work very well.
We're not gonna do rock paper scissors when we're all like D&D people.
I actually have dice that are rock, paper, scissors dice.
Of course you do. Of course you do.
They came with like a loot crate forever ago, and I was just like, yep, we're hanging on to these.
17.
We lost your audio.
My audio?
Yeah.
There you are.
Oh,
There you are.
we go with KJ's.
Love
Okay.
that. Okay. To remember what it is. If we weren't adventurers and we're just living, somewhat mundane, normal lives, what do you think your characters would be doing? Like, whether it be like a job that they have or like where they'd be in life.
So Clucky's last words with the farmer was to go out and seek those that need protection. If Clucky hadn't found this group, he would have found himself in another group, just putting himself in harm's way to keep another group safe. But I'm glad we got Clucky to find this group. So very straightforward. Clucky would have been
He would have been
actively seeking.
adventuring no matter what.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest, Xanthi probably would be doing criminal activities.
I could see that.
If I were to base her, since I have based Xanthi off of Artemis, I would say she'd probably be like biting people's noses off in pit fights for money. And drinking herself into a stupor.
With Clucky in the corner, pepping her up, like showing shadow
They probably
boxing.
do that in this dimension. They're like longtime ring rivals.
Absolutely.
And
I knew
somewhere,
something foul came in the room.
somewhere in this dimension, Xanthi gets approached for a job and just hears, "I got a job that we need to do. All right, it's a heist."
Not that guy.
In this dimension, Xanthi has a Brooklyn accent.
Oh God. Giving me flashbacks here.
And her and Scree are the king
my
and the
God.
goddess of rats.
Oh my god.
That's beautiful.
Oh, goodness. What's
Just
Barrow
memories
doing
of my
in this apple pie life dimension?
Honestly, I think if Borrow, I mean, considering the fact of the way that Borrow lives, it would be hard to know what Borrow would have ended up doing because he could have had different things that he would do depending on where he ends up and whatever first like, interaction happens. But if I had to say that he didn't go on an adventure, and I would say that he would have become a monk master in the temple where he was trained, because that is the place that helped him hone his abilities with his blindness. So he would have basically like stayed there to train and teach and guide all the newcomers and like the future generations, and to protect the place as well.
yeah. That's pretty
I
nice.
think for Petrichor it'd be interesting because it depends on whether or not the doctor still used the dial, and if just nobody noticed and there wasn't anything that happened about it, because that could mean the reason Petrichor woke back up is because the dial got activated. So if the dial just never got activated, they would just be
The rust
out.
bucket.
They'd just be sitting.
Maybe a lawn ornament.
But if the whole thing, like the doctor never used the dial, or Petrichor had been there when the doctor actually used the dial, this adventure might have still happened, but it was just Petrichor and the doctor, or some other research was happening and they were still living that somewhat domestic research style life.
Interesting.
Never as a human.
There's a part of me that
Never as a
I
human.
think that would be a very cool, completely different alternate story where Petrichor, because the dial isn't activated, at some point they're found and they're taken to an artificer somewhere else, and they manage to activate them, but it's like a completely different lifestyle, like different personality from Tiago, and like it's just like a whole different place of like this person that is like a very quirky like artificer that.
Honestly, I think it would be cute if like Barrow's just taking a walk and he just sees little Petrichor.
Or
And
that
then
would
he
be a
just
thing.
and then he just fixes up little Petrichor, and then they just live and have tea in like a little hut. And
I
they
don't
live
know.
happily ever after.
I will say I don't know. Well, the concept of Barrow somehow managing to
They live
fix an
happily ever
automaton,
after.
but yeah, it's funny because
So
like
many what ifs.
my question was like the other side of the spectrum. My question was going to be like, providing that everybody survives, what does life look
Yeah.
like?
Okay. Me and you have talked
What-
about this a lot.
Oh my god.
What does life
I-
look like for them after the dial?
This is actually a question that I had for tonight, but we're running out of time. So
Yeah.
This is how we're
yeah,
ending it.
go.
Me and Victor will be last because we've talked about this a lot.
What Clucky would be doing at the end of all of this, he would
And
revisit
you can make
his-
whatever assumptions you want about how the campaign goes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
If we live.
Providing we survive.
Provided we
I would say
You might be like, oh man, I fucking die halfway through, so I don't make it to the end.
I would say Clucky discovering his spirituality and having the closure that he needed with Caliban. He would revisit his farmstead back on the prime dimension, and have an effect of a ceremony to close out what he had, what lingering pains he still has carrying with him from losing the farmer as soon as he did, and just have this final goodbye and probably finally connect with the spirit that's been following him ever since, and yeah, and then find his way back to the group and watch out over them as they are his now dedicated family that he's committed himself to.
Xanthi, I feel kind of already had her closure in the other dimension. As much as she would like to like touch on that. I feel like she's very much grown past that. So I could definitely see after all this being over, I feel like she would be very confused at first, being like, I have no fucking clue what to do. But the only thing that she would really know and trust would be to stay with her family. And she would probably do whatever Borrow, KJ, and Clucky and Crow all decide to do. And it's as long as she's with them, I think that's really all that matters to her in the end.
Honestly, I think this group would probably be due for early retirement after this whole fucking trip.
Yeah.
Victor, do you want to go first? Or do you want me to go first?
You can go.
So we've talked about this a lot because there's two different ways it could go for Petrichor. Because, I mean, provided we find the doctor and she also survives and is able to come back with us for some reason or another, there's that conflict of whether to go with the doctor or stay with Borrow, because they're both kind of, at this moment, have the same level of importance to them. So we've talked about that a little bit. And in my head, it would go one of two ways. And it's kind of the same flip-flops. Either primarily stays with the doctor, but makes frequent visits to everybody else as often as they can, or stays with Borrow and makes occasional visits to the doctor just to check in and make sure that everything is okay, because, you know, everyone is important. And I think even though everybody else would be ready to retire, Petrichor would still, like, not itch for adventure, but like want to still live life to the fullest and kind of taking hold of Borrow's entire MO that is going where the wind takes you. And would kind of hold on to that, because I kind of had to think about this because I made an aged up version of Petrichor for Baldur's Gate. And so I thought about it a lot, like how would they live their life in 10 years when they're 20, 25 years old? And they'd kind of stick with the same thing. Who knows if they keep being a cleric of the Raven Queen or if that changes. Who knows?
Oh my god.
I swear to God, Matt.
Wow.
I would say in that scenario, Clucky would probably follow in Petrichor and try and keep up as best as he can, given that he's probably going to be reaching towards the end of his career of adventuring at that point. But yeah, he would go where the hatchling would go and protect them as best of his efforts as he can provide, given how frail he begins to get at that point.
Yeah.
We can be the traveling family.
Yeah, like not a ton of outward, like constantly gone from everyone, but like every once in a while, when they feel like they need to, they leave to go do something before coming back, and just providing stories, especially because Borrow will be older and won't be able to do it.
He's timeless.
Sure, but like eventually he'll get to a point where he's just not able to physically do things like that anymore, and so they'll just come
Timeless
back
body.
with stories.
I could also
I'm
totally
just saying.
see Petrichor like carving little trinkets and stuff and like selling them.
Oh, absolutely.
Little Clucky
And
trinkets.
Clucky's selling hats.
Yes, Petrichor and Borrow become roommates. They open a bed and breakfast, and they sell little wooden trinkets.
So when it comes to Borrow, basically the way that I sense it, because I feel like it's already there as part of his, like, what he feels is his mission, is after surviving the dial, Borrow would basically, should Petrichor choose to stay with him, what he would want to do is to basically, he would stop journeying and adventuring for the sake of giving Petrichor and Riley the life of having a home, and basically trying to give them a childhood so that they could actually experience the concept of what it's like to have a place to call home, like an actual place that you have, that you can work the land if you work the land, that there's neighbors, that there's like a life that is not all about surviving. Um, and I feel like he would very much attempt to involve Xanthi in that, just because of what he perceives from Xanthi and the journey that they've gone through. And he feels like he would probably offer that sort of like recovery place, that it's kind of like this home, like let this also be your home, so that Kate, like Petrichor and Riley, can learn from them all. And I feel like somewhere down the road, Borrow would actually insist on Petrichor and Riley to go and adventure on their own, potentially with Clucky, knowing that Clucky's lifespan is shorter. So Clucky being like their wingman. And then he would, he would allow for that to happen, just because at that point, I feel like Borrow's life becomes that way more selfless and way more about that journey of, this is all the things that I want to make sure that you get to experience, hopefully, and then live life this way. And we'll go from there. And then eventually, I'm sure that the wind will call him out again. And whether or not that wind takes him alongside everybody else or not, it'll be what the wind dictates.
The heartstrings, man. Oh
love
my
it.
god.
All of my post-campaign ideas are all wholesome as fuck, because this is a kid. And every like what Victor said, everything that Petrichor and Riley know so far is just survival.
Mm-hmm.
It's bare necessities. They haven't gotten to just be.
We find a place with a good school system.
Matt, what is your insight on these characters' final lives?
What do your DMIs see?
Yeah, what have you just
do
thought about
I
in
see
scenarios?
for these wonderful characters at the end of this campaign?
Coffins. Sorry.
Don't stop
I
it.
couldn't help myself.
Stop it.
I would have to say that is a question that is yet to be diced.
Oh, there it is!
And that's how we wrap, everybody. And that's a wrap.
That's it.
That's perfect.
Thank you,
that was
everyone
so
who has
clever.
tuned in. Thank you, beautiful, beautiful people, for every single moment that I get to share with you. And I'm ready for what the next year holds.
Yes.
Thank you all so much, and
Holy shit.
we'll see you next week.
See you next
Bye.
week.